Good afternoon everyone, Kalla here. Welcome to my live stream. Glad you could make it today. So today I'll be starting to play the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, or rather the first game in here, the Great Ace Attorney Adventures. So without further ado, let's just jump straight into it. Ooh. Animated intro.
After opening its doors, a push for cultural transformation brought great waves of Western influence to this far eastern island nation. The revolution washed over the land, making life in the capital exciting and unsettling. It was a period of great change, and some was swept away by the tide.
Oh. Oh no!
But for one man, the turbulence of that era was just the beginning of an extraordinary story.
Isn't this the main character? Why does he have a gun? Episode 1. The Adventure of the Great Departure. Bienvenue à la Carnival. It said at the bottom there, right? I don't know if I pronounced that right. 2nd November, 8:43 AM. Supreme Court of... Oh no, words. Judicature. Defendant's Antechamber 5. Judicature, maybe? Judicature, yeah. I still can't believe it. I still can't believe this is happening. How can it be just beyond the doors to this quiet little chamber? Is the highest court in Japan waiting to decide my fate? What? Oh, no, nothing. Save your glares, murderer. Sorry. My name is Yunosuke Naruhodo. I'm a second-year student at the Imperial Yume University. 3 days ago, I somehow found myself in the middle of a horrifying incident. And now, here I am, awaiting my trial. That's enough. He's not obliged to listen to such abuse, officer. I don't know if that's the right voice for this person. And who are you? I'm this man's lawyer. I'll be defending him today. Lawyer? Yes. And until the judge has given his verdict on the case, no one has the right to treat him as a criminal. So you will hold your tongue. Why does he have a sword? Why does my lawyer have a sword? Technicalities. Look at you, you haven't even graduated yet. And yet, I still seem to know better than you how a court officer should behave. Also, where's the wind that's coming from that's blowing the ends of this bandana? Like, really? Right, Ryunosuke? Oh, yeah, yes, of course, sorry. What are you apologizing to me for? Oh, no, I suppose that wasn't my fault. But really, Kazuma, I never meant to drag you into this. I'm sorry. There you go again, apologizing. Just like always. Though I must say, you've been all over the newspapers these past few days. Yume University professor murdered in cold blood by student. But obviously, You didn't actually do it, did you? You didn't actually do it, did you? Of course not. You have to believe me. I didn't do it. I could never murder someone. Then there's nothing to worry about. Straighten yourself up, hold your head high. You mean... I believe you. I know you're innocent, Ryunosuke. I apologize if I mispronounce, like, anything. Kazuma Asogi, my best friend, also in his second year at Yume University. But he's far more clever than I, a star student in fact. He's even a qualified lawyer. Impressive, considering he's still an undergraduate. Yes, it is impressive! It's not that impressive. The very concept of lawyers is only a few years old, here in Japan anyway. My qualifications don't mean much. Yet. You said exactly the same thing 3 days ago. But I'm proud to have a friend like you, Kazuma. Truly. 3 days ago. Yes, that's when all this started. Congratulations. Wrong. Congratulations, Kazuma. It looks like you're going to get to study abroad at last. I know, I've been forever dreaming of this day. Finally, those government elites have acknowledged my academic achievements and successes in court. So you'll be representing Japan as you immerse yourself in the most sophisticated legal system in the world. I'm really happy for you, and proud as your friend. There's not a soul in the university who doesn't know Kazuma's name. He's a living legend. It's like there's some mysterious aura billowing around his temple. I think the thing that's billowing is the ends of his headband, but hey. I want to bring about change in our own legal system. That's why I have to cross the ocean to see the real thing with my own eyes. The heart of the British Empire. I wish I could see it too. Then come with me. We'd have a wild time tearing up the streets of Her Majesty's City of London together. If only it were that simple. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a while longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. Oh. It was straight after that. That's when it happened. Asogi, may I have a word? Okay, we need an older voice for this one. Professor, I didn't know you were coming. Well, this case has personal significance to me. But never mind that for now, Asogi. You should go immediately to the judge's chambers. To His Excellency's chambers? Why? He was looking for you before. You advocating for the defense in this trial was a sudden decision. It seems there may be some confusion about procedures today as a result. Who is this man? I feel as though I've seen him at university before. I see. I'll go at once then. I shall accompany you. Alright then, Ryunosuke. I'll see you in the courtroom. Yes, thanks, Kazuma. This is awkward. If I may... Yes, sorry! You must be the defendant. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, I believe. Yes, that's right! My name is Mikotoba. I'm a professor of forensic medicine. Words! No. I'm a professor of forensic medicine at Yume University. Professor Mikitaba. No. Mikotoba. Sorry. I've heard that name from Kazuma before. As I recall, he's been pushing to get the government to agree to Kazuma staying abroad. Studying abroad. Asogi has told me about you. You and he are best friends, I understand. As such, I feel you should know. Know what? Well, as you've no doubt heard, Asogi has been granted permission to go and study in Great Britain. However, if you should fail to defend you in today's trial, I'm afraid that permission will be revoked. Never granted it, and never granted again. Oh no! No! What? Ah, as I suspected. You were unaware of this. I had a feeling Asogi may have chosen not to tell you. He's agreed to defend me, knowing that if he fails, his dreams will be shattered. That's a friend right there. That's a friend right there. I don't understand. Why would the government do such a thing? The administration has to choose from a large number of applicants for overseas study. It's very difficult to persuade them to grant permission, even in the most favourable of circumstances. I don't believe it. But I didn't do it, I swear it! I'm not a murderer! I'm sure that's true. Nevertheless, I can assure you that proving your innocence will be no easy task. You see, there are certain peculiarities about today's trial. Is someone trying to set me up? Sorry? What do you mean? You'll soon understand once proceedings get underway. But then what should I do? Well, naturally I'm not going to suggest doing anything that could lead to a conviction. Right, so as soon as the trial starts, the judge will pose a certain question to the defense. When that happens, you must answer before anyone else. You must say, I do. I do? But what will the question be? Surely not. Do you accept the accusations brought before you? Of course not. Defendant! Court is about to begin. Proceed to the courtroom at once. Ah, it would seem our surreptitious discussions are to be cut short. So allow me to summarize. Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. Of course, as the defendant, the final decision is yours. What are you waiting for? Do you want to be found guilty for failing to appear? Get moving! There's no point in anyone advocating for the likes of you anyway. That's rude. This is it. If this trial goes badly, Kazuma's dreams of studying abroad are over, and what's more, I'll be found guilty of murder. And so, with absolutely no idea of what lay ahead, I embarked on that unforgettable trial. My one and only chance of proving my innocence, the trial that would decide my destiny. 22nd November, 9 AM. Supreme Court of... How did I decide that was probably pronounced? Judicature. Courtroom 2. You look so nervous. So this is the courtroom. His eyes going every which way. The Supreme Court of Please stop making me say that. The Supreme Court of Judicature. No court in the land has more power. I don't much like the look of those people sitting in the public gallery. Lots of military and other uniforms in there. The powers that be have demanded this be a secret trial. A secret trial? A trial that's closed to ordinary members of the public. Only military and government officials may attend. What? But why? It'll become clear in time. But for now, you need to concentrate, Ryunosuke. It's about to begin. Whoa, look at the beard on that guy. I need a judge voice. What should a judge voice be? The court will now hear the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. The prosecution is ready, Your Excellency. As is the defense. Before we begin, there is one point of order I would like to confirm. Yesterday evening, the defense made a last-minute request for a change of advocate. That is correct, Your Excellency. I made the request myself. Normal procedure is for the defendant's advocacy to be decided 2 days prior to the trial. As this is an unusual circumstance, I am obliged to ask for final confirmation now. Who advocates for the defendant in this trial? This is the question, huh? This is it, this must be the question. Who's going to defend me? That's the question the professor meant. But then, if I say I do... I need to answer quickly. What should I do? Answer I do, right? Let's go. Your Excellency, no confirmation is needed. As I'm standing here beside the defendant, I hope it's clear who will advocate for his defense. Looks like nervous. What is the meaning of this unruly outburst? I would like to inform the court that I, Ryunosuke Naruhodo, will be defending myself. You'll be... What? What are you playing at, Ryunosuke? Professor Mikitaba told me everything just now before the trial. He did what? He said that your dreams of studying abroad would be dashed if you were to lose. How sad. It means you don't have faith in me. You think I won't be able to get you off? No, it's not that really. It's just that... Well, on the off chance that things don't go well for me, I couldn't bear to be the reason that you... Yes. I knew that's how you'd feel, which is exactly why I decided not to tell you. Professor Mikitara shouldn't have stuck his nose in. Very well. The court hereby recognizes the defendant's desire to advocate for himself in today's trial. Well, well. Does the accused admit defeat already? Renouncing his own counsel, really?
Objection!
Make no mistake, counsel. This merely shows the defendant's innocence is so apparent he's confident that he can speak for himself. Isn't that so, Naruhodo-san? Oh, yes, exactly. Exactly what I wasn't thinking. Not confidence at all. In fact, my mind's a complete blank. I realise you're in charge now, but still, try not to look so bewildered. Well, for a mere university student to be brought before the Supreme Court, you must have perpetrated the most heinous crime indeed. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Stop making me say that word! I don't know how to say that word. As you are no doubt aware, this is the Supreme Court of Judicature of Japan. Accordingly, the very highest standards of conduct are expected of all present. Do I make myself clear, Defendant Naruhodo? Yes, Your Excellency. It is therefore my duty to assess your competence for the task you have undertaken. My competence? What does that mean? He's questioning your ability to do the job. Well, he can't be questioning it more than I am. So, let's start with the very simplest of questions. Oh, yes. Kindly state before the court the name of the victim in this case. Well, that's easy enough. I've heard his name more times than I'd care to remember. But, wait. Ugh, I'm so nervous I can't even remember that. What was it again? Ryunosuke? Let me guess, your mind's gone blank. You know me so well. All the relevant information for this case can be found in the court record. But I can't even find that. It's simple. You can access the court record with a press of R. If you ever find you've forgotten something, just consult that. It's all in there. I just have to press R for the court record? Alright, there's no time to lose. This is a list of evidence you've collected. Now try switching to people with R. You'll find details about the victim in here. When you're done, just press B to go back. Okay, so we have Kazuma Yosogi, 23, second year at Imperial Yuma University. He's my best friend and, despite being a student, a qualified defense lawyer as well. Yujin Mikatoba, medical school professor in the Imperial Yuma University. He's an authority in forensic medicine and Kazuma's mentor. Takatsuchi Aochi, 51. The lead prosecutor of this case, who would appear to have little love for the changes the Cultural Reformation has brought about. John H. Wilson, the victim of this case. He was a visiting professor of medicine at Yuma University from the British Empire. I want to go back to my evidence. Never mind. So remember, everything to do with the current case can be found in the court record. Okay, yeah, I want to look at my evidence. University collar pin. Proof that I'm a student at the Imperial Yuma University. I always wear it on the collar of my uniform jacket. Post-mortem report. Death occurred a little after 2 PM and was caused by a lot of blood from a gunshot to the chest. The bullet did not pass through the victim's body. Can I look at this more? Single bullet fired at close range. Fatal hemorrhage from pectoral ballistic trauma. No exit wound. Bullet did not pass through the body. Okay. Now, you'd better not keep His Excellency waiting any longer. Go on. Find the victim in the people section of the court record, then press X to present. Try it now. Oh, okay. Victim. Present. Yes! The victim's name was Dr. John H. Wilson. Well, at least you can remember the name of an esteemed member of your own university. Dr. Wilson was a visiting professor from England invited to Yuma University 3 years ago. Indeed. which is the reason why this case has such profound implications. The British Empire is at present our country's most valuable foreign ally. And as most of you will be aware, we have just signed a new treaty together after lengthy negotiations. There can't be anyone who hasn't heard of the Anglo-Japanese Treaty of Friendship and Navigation. And yet, despite these delicate circumstances, the blood of an Englishman has been spilt on our soil. You two are both undergraduates at the Imperial Yume University, are you not? Murdering a professor from the very institution that provides your education. Have you no honour? I didn't do it. This case is coming under great scrutiny from our allies on the other side of the world. The court therefore wishes for a speedy resolution to this matter. In other words, our feeble government is... In other words, our feeble government is scared of upsetting England's policymakers. And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this. Wow! Words today! Wow! And you're a convenient and expendable scapegoat to blame for this crime. So that's why this trial has these unusual peculiarities, is it? Exactly. Our government needs to convict someone as quickly as possible. All because the victim was an Englishman. Yes, Dr. Wilson was an Englishman. But nationalities and treaties won't make any difference for me here. The fact is, I was there at the scene of... Wow. The fact is, I was there at the scene of the crime. Oh dear, look at the time. I'd better be going. Alright, I'll see you later. I think I'll stay and enjoy this place a little longer. Good idea. After all, it's not every day you get to visit a high-class Western restaurant like this. See you in English class tomorrow then, partner. British Empire. Now, it's incredible to think. Wait. I've seen that man at university. I'm sure he's a visiting professor from Great Britain. I don't know his name, but still. I should go and say hello. So I went over to the professor's table and introduced myself to Dr. Wilson. Now then, let me propose my... Pose? No, just pose. Now then, let me pose my next question to you, Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency. How did this Professor of Medicine, Dr. John H. Wilson, lose his life? State before the court the cause of death. The cause of death? Well, obviously that was, Ryunosuke. Remember that in court, every assertion must be backed up by evidence. By evidence? But how? Find the piece of evidence that shows the professor's cause of death and select present. Do it now. Okay. Present.
Yes!
Well... According to this document, the victim suffered a hemorrhagic death due to gunshot trauma. Learn to read, you imbecile! That's the post-mortem report, I take it. Sorry, yes, that's right. The, post-mortem report. In the West, the doctor No. I've forgotten how to say that word. In the West, the doctor dissects corpses to identify the cause of death in an autopsy. But here in Japan, a police officer merely inspects the body and draws conclusions that way. Oh, I see. As long as I'm not going to be tested on any of this later. This is a so-called photographic print of the scene of the crime. You can clearly discern scorch marks around the bullet hole produced by the powder explosion. In other words, we should assume that the victim was shot at close range. Thank you, Counsel. The court will accept this modern scientific evidence into the record. Photographic print of the victim has been entered into the court record. Photograph of the victim. A photographic print that shows the victim. He was shot from the front in the chest and subsequently died. So that's a photographic print. Well, that's something I've never seen before. It's clearly superior to a drawing. The detail is incredible. Very well. I am satisfied with your answers. Let us start the trial. Certainly, Your Excellency. So without further ado, in order to better apprise the court with the facts of the case, the prosecution hereby calls its first witness, who was there at the scene of the crime when it happened. This is it then. I think I may have worked out what the professor had in mind. The professor? You mean Dr. Mikatoba? Mikatoba. Keep getting that. Yes, clearly you're the defense lawyer today, not me, but that doesn't mean... Well, I can still act as your assistant. Ah, of course. When he was speaking with me before, he simply said, Kazuma Asogi must not be the defense lawyer in this trial. He really has been sticking his oar in, hasn't he? Maybe, but any help you can give me would be greatly appreciated, Kazuma. Well, my first piece of advice is rein in that crazy look of bewilderment and control the cold sweats. Only if you rein in that crazy headband and control the cold stares first. Yeah, where is the breeze that is making the headband thing go? Witness, state your name and occupation for the court, please. Ooh. He looks posh. Can I do a posh voice? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I am the head waiter at a Western-style restaurant called La Carnival. Ahem. Are you alright? You seem to be coughing up some, blood? It's a regular occurrence. It really doesn't bother me. I think it should bother you! Well, it really should. As everyone knows, the capital's southeastern quarter was developed for foreign visitors some years ago. It's become a very fashionable district now, full of hotels to accommodate overseas guests. This grim crime occurred in one of the district's so-called restaurants, an Occidental eatery, 3 days ago. Understood. Hosonaga-san, would you kindly tell the court everything you know about the incident? At once, sir. And no petty interjections from the aspiring lawyer boy, please. Oh, aspiring maybe, but aspiring? It was just after 2 p.m. on the day in question. We have few diners at that time of day. Lunchtime rush was over, and there were only 3 tables still occupied. That fits in with my memory of it too. There was hardly anyone else in the place. It It was when I was in the kitchen, putting away crockery and cutlery. A gunshot rang out, so I hurried to the dining area to see what had happened. I found the victim, an English gentleman, slumped in his chair. And standing immediately beside him, gun in hand, was the accused university student.
Yes!
Hold on, let me clarify something here. While I did pick up a gun I found laying on the floor beside the professor, I didn't shoot him.
Objection!
I believe I asked you to refrain from petty interjections. The court wishes to listen to the witness's reports of what he saw, you amateur. But the next time you interrupt at an inopportune time, you will be penalised, Defendant Naruhodo. Don't worry, Ryunosuke. You'll have your chance to fight back. For now, we must just quietly listen to the witness. If I may confirm one point, waiter. Standing beside the victim with a gun in his hand was the same man we see here in court today? Yes, without question. I see. And apart from the accused, was there anyone else standing beside the victim? No. There was no one else around that table but the deceased Englishman and the university student. Huh? Wait, what did he just say? There was no one else around that table? What's the matter, Ryunosuke? That's just not right. When I went over to Dr. Wilson to say hello, there was a woman sitting opposite him at his table. Really? And that's not something the waiter could have missed. Sorry, wrong words. It's not something the waiter could have missed. I've been warned about interjecting, but still, what should I do? I shouldn't really interject at the... Shouldn't I be waiting for the cross-examination? Do I get it? Do I get a cross-examination? You know what? I'm gonna interject. I'm gonna do me an objection. I think. I think that's what I'll do.
Yes!
Oh, it's just a yes. Just a moment, please. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone that day. I'm sure of it. There was a lady sitting with him at the same table.
Objection!
Dear me, what are we going to do with you? With your blatant disregard for court proceedings, I'm beginning to wonder if you're not a fraud. Could it be that the accused, this mere student, is not a real lawyer after all? That's true, but still. But I'm sure of what I saw. Hosonaga-san, is there any chance you're mistaken? Perhaps your memory of events is hazy. No. The deceased gentleman came to dine alone. I don't believe it. I actually have a rough plan of the restaurant as it was that day. Please, have a look if you'd like to. Let me see. Ah, a sketch of the establishment's layout drawn by yourself, I presume. That's right. I am afraid I used the back of my business card. It was a turbulent situation. What? I wish I could read kanji. I don't know what it says on the left over there. Maybe that's the kitchen, perhaps? I think the kanji at the bottom there is entrance, but I'm not certain. sort of recognize seeing that on doors, so maybe that is an entrance. Maybe. Okay. However, as you can see, the gentleman in question was seated alone. I'm not sure I got that from that image, but hey, I'll need to take a better look at that when I'm not sort of staring at the kanji and wondering if I can recognize them. Well, you're clearly a very conscientious waiter. Thank you, sir. The court will take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well... Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. What was that about? He's been completely calm and collected until now. Something certainly seems to have shaken him. The waiter's business card has been entered into the court record. Waiter's business card. The head waiter's business card. A sketch of the restaurant's layout is on the back. Arms are freaking out. So, the court has now heard a précis of the case. Précis? Maybe? Yes, at the moment the gunshot was heard in the restaurant, the only person in close proximity to the victim was the defendant on trial today. It would seem we are looking at a black and white case here. Defendant Naruhodo. Yes, Your Excellency? If you admit your guilt at this stage, the court is willing to look mercifully upon you. In other words, you may have some small reprieve in terms of your inevitable punishment. I called this waiter as an unsworn witness in order to explain the details of the case to the court. But I must warn the defence if you are determined to pursue matters further in this trial. The prosecution has decisive evidence from sworn witnesses who were present at the scene of the crime. What do you think I should do, Kazuma? What do you mean? Well, I'm going to be found guilty one way or another, it seems. Wouldn't it be sensible to plead guilty at this stage and hope for a more lenient sentence? Well, if you did that, there wouldn't be much of a game, Naruhodo, so, Everyone keeps telling me that this trial is unusual about these peculiarities. You said it, Professor Mikatoba said it, and so is the judge and the prosecution. I'm scared of what lies ahead if I push this. As I said from the outset, I believe you're innocent. I trust you. And yet, despite knowing that, you're willing now to throw that trust back in my face? Is that it? What? If the accused is in fact innocent, then a defense lawyer is duty-bound to prove that innocence by whatever means necessary. Are you just going to abandon that duty? Are you going to give up on yourself? The battle hasn't even begun yet, Ryunosuke. Thump. The defense pleads not guilty, Your Excellency. We invite the prosecution to stop making empty threats and bring out its witnesses. Then we'll see just how decisive this evidence really is. Indeed. Prosecutor Aochi, please continue with the proceedings. Well, you were warned. The young can be so reckless. You know, many call me a saint, but I can be a devil if I want to be. When I want to be. In a few short moments from now, that dumbstruck young mouth of yours will be silenced. Forever. The prosecution calls its next witness. Very well. Officer, bring forth the witnesses at once. Shouldn't it just be one witness? There's going to be more than one. At the same time. Witnesses, kindly state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. The Great Nippon Imperial Army Sergeant Yezanosa reporting for duty, sir. Myself, I find employ as a purveyor of fine articles of antiquity from the efflorescence of our nation, Nippon, and conduct my trade from Rasute, a humble premises in the 2nd District, Curio Korakuta, at your service. An antique dealer and a soldier. What an unusual pairing. Both of these gentlemen were present at the restaurant on the day in question. They must be the diners at the other table that the waiter mentioned. Myself, I habitually take tea at the most exquisite aroma at the establishment in question, always post-noon, and not infrequently converse with interested parties regarding the curios with which I make my business. I can't understand a word that old man is saying. He's an antique dealer, and it sounds like he's a regular at Le Carnival. He seeks out potential customers who may have an interest in antiques and tries to sell his wares to them. He obviously targets Le Carnival because it's a high-class restaurant with a rich clientele. Right, I see. Although, to be honest, that sergeant looks more like he'd be a seller rather than a buyer. Now, you both witnessed the precise moment of this most atrocious incident. Is that correct? Affirmative. The enemy unit was seen attacking the foreigner in what can only be described as an act of war. Sir. It was that black uniformed rogue infantryman over there that unloaded his firearm, sir. This man's as impossible to understand as the other. But I'm almost sure I heard a strange noise during that last thing he said. So this is the decisive evidence the prosecution was threatening. The soldier is claiming that he actually saw the precise moment you shot the victim dead. Yes. Well, are you starting to feel... Well, are you starting to feel uncomfortable? If I'm honest, I was feeling uncomfortable from the start. Now, the court will hear your formal testimony, please. You will state everything you saw at the precise moment that the incident occurred. Sir, yes, sir, standing by to report, sir. Unsavory memories of a most acerbic afternoon. Witness testimony. What the witnesses saw. I was ingesting a regulation beefsteak at the restaurant while having a tactical discussion with the old man. Myself, I was extolling the virtues of a particularly fine golden curio to the military gentleman. At that precise moment, a firearm was discharged. I observed the enemy's actions with my own eyes. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back, a cowardly little weasel. Objection, sir! Objection! I know where I'm objecting to first. Ooh, whoops, did I top the microphone out then? Oops. Sorry. It was on my hands and knees investigating the whereabouts of my mysteriously absconded precious curio. Well, so you, Sergeant Noser, actually witnessed the vital moment. You saw a split second when the defendant fired the weapon at the victim. Yes, sir. Affirmative, sir. Sounds like a baby cry. It's coming. Why does the old man have a knife? That wicked university cadet, sir. The cruel and unforgivable enemy. What times we live in, when an English gentleman may be assailed in the broad light of day. But this is ridiculous. I didn't shoot anyone. Is that really true, Ryunosuke? Yes, all I did was pick up the gun that I saw lying on the floor. After I'd said hello to Dr. Wilson, I went back to my table and sat drinking some coffee. Then, when I'd finished, I got up from my seat to leave the restaurant, when I noticed an English-made gun next to the chair where the professor was sitting. Because you definitely pick up random guns you find on the floor. That was your first mistake. Probably your only mistake. But a very important mistake. I thought perhaps the professor had dropped it. So I bent down, and just as I was picking it up... Well, if that's the truth, there was obviously a criminal on the scene somewhere. And somewhere in these two witnesses' testimonies, there's a clue to who the criminal was. There is? Ryunosuke, you must exercise your right to cross-examine the witnesses. Cross-examine? Do it now. As we have heard, Your Excellency, there is no room for doubt in the testimony of those witnesses. The defendant is clearly guilty. There is clearly room to doubt in this, sir. It is time to bring this despicable student to justice. Certainly, the testimony the court has just heard eliminates any vestige of doubt. No, it doesn't. If you'd been paying attention, Judge, sir.
Yes.
Whoops, I missed that line. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? Actually, I can get to history, can't I? History on why. So what was it? Therefore, it is my grave duty to declare the verdict of this trial. What in the name of the Emperor is the meaning of this outburst? I mean, the defense demands the right to a cross-examination. Dear me, dear me. Let me guess. The Hachimaki headband boy next door told me to do it. How pathetic. Huh? How did he know? The prosecution objects. This is a clear waste of time. The defendant obviously has no experience. How can he possibly carry out a cross-examination?
Objection!
The defense is asserting its right to a cross-examination. Whether or not you think he's capable of it is irrelevant. Casimir is so commanding. Very well. Let the defense conduct a cross-examination of the witnesses. Alright, this is where the battle really begins, Ryunosuke. But I don't even know what I have to do in a cross-examination. Isn't it obvious? You have to expose the lies in the witnesses' statements. How? You didn't fire the gun, which means what that soldier said has to be a lie. Well, yes, but... It's just a case of proving it. And the key to doing that is evidence. Hey, evidence. All you need to do is present some decisive and indisputable evidence that proves the witness is lying. Now let's go, Ryunosuke. Don't let them beat you. Alright then. It's all or nothing. Ooh, cross-examination. What the goodness. Okay. And now for the press all the statements. Doop.
Yes!
Why aren't you saying anything? Is this some new interrogation technique? I hadn't actually thought of what I wanted to ask. Just ask about anything that catches your attention. Anything that bothers you. Alright then, this beefsteak you mentioned. What kind of food is that? What kind of question is that? Tension! Beefsteak is a delicious cut of veal, vigorously cooked on a cast iron grill and served piping hot. Isn't it beef and not veal? Maybe. Isn't there there's a difference, right? Oh. If food could receive medals of honor, beefsteak would be almost as highly decorated as a cutlet. Right, I see. Thank you, sir. So, next question. This cutlet you mentioned, what kind of food is that? Tangent! Cutlet is a delicious cut of veal, tossed in breadcrumbs and deep fried in cooking oil. Accept your guilty verdict, atone for your crimes, and when you're released from prison, try it! Yes, sir, I will, sir. On the double, sir. Sorry to interrupt, but how about trying to stick to questions that are relevant to the case? Oops, sorry. I'll do my best. So, next question. Is it just me, or do you keep hearing a sort of wah crying? Noise. Negative. Well, at least we've learned he's a big beef lover. Affirmative. It's not easy knowing what questions to ask. Bro. I get achievements in this game. Press.
Yes!
Press all the things, press all the things. I have no idea what you're talking about. A Koban boy. A Koban? You mean an old Edo coin? The day prior to the incident, a treasure of exceptional value from the Hoei period entered my possession. I took myself to the restaurant the following day with said item secreted in my bosom pocket. In the hope of an affluent... Oh boy. Dude, could you not? In the hope of an affluent cognoscent, appraised of its indisputable value being present. So, you were hoping to sell your Koban coin? To Sergeant Nosa, who you met at the restaurant? Yes, it's quite clear where you're going with this, boy. You were about to assert that a penniless soldier would have no hope of purchasing a precious Koban. Isn't that so? Well... You little upstart cadet. You want to add disrespecting a superior officer to your list of crimes, do you? Blatant Shouldn't that be insubordination? Blatant subordination. No, I didn't say anything. Although penniless might just be the word I was looking for. I don't know about penniless. I mean, he was clearly eating in a high-class restaurant. That means he has some money, right? In my case, the hour was already advanced beyond that of the midday luncheon. There remained precious few present with whom I could exchange in discourse about matters of business. The gentleman beside me, who was grappling with his braised veal at the time, was my sole prospect. I see. Press.
Yes!
So, you're saying that you actually saw me at that time? Ah, affirmative, I saw you. Laughing, cackling like a madman as you trained the barrel of your gun on the English civilian. Wow, you've got a wild imagination, Sergeant Nurser. But that's impossible, I only... Allow me to confirm just one point, please. What's that, Private? Thinking carefully about the statement you just made, it seems to me that it must have been just after you heard the gunshot that you looked over to the victim's table. And so what if it was? Well, if that really is the case, it would mean that you didn't in fact see the precise moment when the killer actually fired the gun. Aha! And double R! My sixth sense. Sorry? My sixth sense of danger. I picked up waves of murderous energy radiating from your foul mind. Which means, a split second before you pulled the trigger, I was looking right at you, Cadet. Surely that's not really possible, is it? Do you think I would have got to where I am today in the army if I couldn't sense danger in the air, son? Well... It would seem the soldier's absolutely convinced that he saw you do the deed. This is not good. Now I know this is what I need to present evidence to, but I like the press button. Press.
Yes!
So this black uniformed university cadet, you're saying that was... Ah. I've had just about enough of your sauce, Cadet. Who else do you see around here in a black uniform, Well, there's someone standing right next to you who fits the description as well, but... It was you, you little weasel. You unloaded the firearm on that man. From behind his back, and you call yourself a citizen of the great empire of Nippon. You disgust me. What is it, Ryunosuke? I'm not quite sure. It's something the sergeant just said, but I can't put my finger on it. Something's playing on my mind. In that case, check back over the details of the evidence you've gathered in the court record. And if you find an inconsistency there with what the witness just said, then don't hold back. Present the evidence to the court. Thrust it in the witness's face and make him choke on it. Not literally, I assume. Press.
Yes!
On your hands and knees? Could you explain that, please? That's right. Spurning the arthritis, I was in order to retrieve the lost piece. What lost piece are you referring to? The Koban, of course! The exquisite Hoei-era Koban coin! I had just been showing the rare treasure to the military man as he masticated his meal. After averting my eyes for the briefest of moments, it was there no more. It simply vanished. The Koban vanished? Hence, I began to acquaint myself with the intricacies of the floor in order to locate it. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? None other than. Oh, it was no concern of mine. I'm pretty sure a gunshot is a concern in general if you can hear it, right? I was frantically scouring the floor for the aforementioned lost treasure. So, in fact, you didn't actually witness the precise moment when the incident occurred? Indeed. Myself, I did not. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do here. Listen, Ryunosuke. We know there are lies lurking in these statements. It's time to expose them. I understand that. The question is how? Like I said before, the key to this is using evidence that you've collected. You can examine and present evidence while a witness is giving testimony by pressing R. Go through each witness's statement and the details about each piece of evidence and compare all the facts. I've completely gone off my original voice for this guy, clearly. So let's try and get it back. Somewhere in there you'll find something that doesn't add up. In other words, an inconsistency. An inconsistency? When you find a statement and a piece of evidence that seem to contradict each other. Present your evidence with X and rip the witness apart. Just be careful, because if you assert a contradiction that has no basis, you'll be given a penalty. If you're dealt too many penalties, the defence's case will fall apart and you'll receive a guilty verdict. So that's it. Peruse the evidence in the court record and find an inconsistency with a witness's statement. Alright, I'll give it a try. You can hear the witness's statements over and over again as many times as you like. So keep your head and be measured in your attack. Good luck, partner. Okay. The next one, right? Right on the and from the back. Yes, this one. Because it wasn't from the back. Right? He was shot from the front in the chest. So I want to present this, the photograph of the victim.
Yes!
Oh, he's sweating. He's sweating. What? What are you playing at, cadet? What is the meaning of this subordination? Thrusting some photographic print in my moustache. Inconsistency, sir. I mean, yes. There is a clear inconsistency here. What nonsense. What can this print possibly tell you that we don't already know? Well, obviously, that, I know what I want to say, but the words just won't go out of my mouth. I want to know what the kanji on that fan is. I don't recognise it. I don't know a lot of kanji. I think this proves beyond a doubt, Your Excellency, that there is no place for an amateur student here in this grand courtroom. This is so frustrating. Oh, please. Surely this doesn't require an explanation. It couldn't be more plain. To spell it out would be an insult to the court. Kazuma, what? What are you talking about? It's apparent from a single glance at the photographic print presented by the defense that there's a clear discrepancy here with the sergeant's statement. What? Sergeant Ieso no, sir. Oh, I just got the pun. Oh no. Yes sir, no sir. Oh no. Oh no. Yes sir, what sir? The statement you just made was this. The black uniformed varsity cadet fired on the English civilian, and from the back the cowardly little weasel. Yes sir, affirmative sir. I witnessed the crime with my own military-grade eyes, sir!
Yes!
But no, that just can't be! And why not, cadet? Because... Take a close look at the print. The victim, Dr. Wilson, died from a bullet wound to the chest. Ah! Sergeant, according to your witness statement, the culprit shot the victim from behind. And that is the obvious discrepancy here. Well, how do you explain it? Oh, there's a baby back there. I thought there was a baby back there. What the? What was that? Something just pops up from behind his back, but he pushed it down again. Certainly there is a clear discrepancy with the facts here. Would you not agree, Sergeant No, sir? Yes, at this junction that would appear to be indisputable. Ah. Until the moment I heard the firearm discharge, my eyes were firmly fixed on the delicious Le Carnival steak, sir. What? The last testimony the court heard has proven one thing beyond all reasonable doubt. This witness, Sergeant Yes Sir No Sir, did not see the defendant firing a gun at all. Ugh, that's absurd. I think the conclusion we must draw is simple. There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Oh no. Burn. Just throw his thing back in his face, why don't you? There is no place for an amateur prosecutor here in this grand courtroom. Yeah! Inconsistency, see, I rewarded her. There's been a complete turn about in the mood of this trial just from that one discrepancy. So this is what being an ace attorney is all about. But I definitely saw him. That University Gazette there, he was pointing a firearm directly at the victim's back.
Yes!
But I never fired the gun. All I did was pick it up off the floor. And you, old man, you didn't see the moment the victim was shot either. Myself, I have already been quite clear. The gunshot interested me not. I was far too busy on the floor. Oh yes, you were looking for your Koban coin, weren't you? Indeed, the prized Toa-era Koban. Hunting around under the table, I was, in case mayhap it had fallen there. And then it happened. You heard the gunshot, you mean? Indeed I did. But I heeded it not, for I was concerned only with finding my absconded Hoei treasure. Nothing could distract me. Wow, that close up, huh? That close up. Out of interest, did you find the coin in the end? No. Sorry, Ethel. I didn't notice you were chatting. I was looking at OBS, and apparently OBS isn't picking up the chats. Just a second. Just a second. Let me try and fix that. Sorry. Sorry. I was paying attention to my audio. I'm really sorry. What have you... Oh no, you've been here so long. I'm sorry. Hi, Ethel. Why is this not working? I know I updated the thing. Oh. I didn't turn it on. I didn't turn it on. Oh, no. I had it invisible because I've been recording my runs on the thing. I am so sorry. Because I was recording. I need to do that. 1 second. There we go. There we go. Okay. I pressed all the buttons. And now it's working. And now Kevin's here too. Whoops. Let me scroll back up this chat and say that yeah, Kevin should probably be sleeping. I'm sorry, you guys have been here for ages, and I didn't even see. Sorry. I'm really sorry. I was like, oh, I guess no one's here. I'll just watch OBS and make sure my microphone doesn't cut out. And I'm sorry. Hi, Kevin. Hi, Ethel. I apparently should have said hi to you a long time ago. But I messed up my setup. Right. I don't think there's going to be a card game in this one. Actually, I don't know. I mean, I guess Hanafuda was the thing back then. Right. Okay. I've fixed it. I fixed it. Oh, it's a pity you guys' previous things aren't going to be recorded in the video part of the stream. I am really sorry. Right. Okay. I'm glad I clicked back over to here. Because otherwise I'd have just been playing this and not knowing you guys were even here. Right, okay. Where was I? You say no need to be sorry, but I do. Because I like talking to you guys. How can I talk for so long? Because I got a drink here. Yeah. Okay. Right. I'm so thrown off now. Oh no. I have a drink. It's right. Okay. I've forgotten what my voices were. Oh no. Okay. The old guy's voice was. No. There we go, like that. I see. That lamentable day, the precious Hoei Koban was lost to me. Who's my favorite character so far? I don't really have. I mean, my friend with the mysterious wind that's blowing his headband. I mean, he's clearly impressive. No doubt some unscrupulous scoundrel pocketed the prize coin for himself. As I am sure everyone present is aware, this case demands a swift and decisive resolution. Our government has promised to send a full report to Great Britain by telegraph this very afternoon. Oh, right, you're really rushing us. Nevertheless, the witness testimony the court has just heard was inconclusive. No matter how subservient our government feels it must be to the British, which it really shouldn't be. I mean, seriously. It would be unforgivable to deliver a verdict on this trial right now. What is your position, Prosecutor Aochi? Worry not, Your Excellency. The defendant may have fled a tiger at the front gate, but he will find a wolf at the back. Oh? You mean you've got another witness? Right. My witnesses have further testimony to make. Explain. Upon hearing their next statements, it will become abundantly clear that there is only one person who could have committed this despicable crime. The equally despicable defendant, Ryunosuke Naruhodo. What? He really seems to have a despicable opinion of you, doesn't he? Ugh. Very well. The court invites the witnesses to testify again. You will thoroughly explain the reasoning behind the prosecution's allegation. Is that clear? As clear as Kiriko glass, Your Excellency. Yes, sir! At once, sir! Awaiting signal to testify, sir! Excuse me, but there's something or someone peeking out over your shoulder, I think. Affirmative! The newest member of the Nosa family to rise up through the ranks, sir! Name Ido. It would seem those straps are a sign of the sergeant being too strapped to afford a nanny. Ido, attention! Your father is about to quell the enemy. Watch and learn, my boy. Aw, I got a little pinwheel. Pinwheel noises. The true culprit. Even if what I saw wasn't the precise moment the firearm was discharged, it's almost the same thing. Yes, pointing his gun at the foreign man he was, that young lad in black. That much I myself did see. Furthermore, a visual search of the premises at the time confirmed that we were the only personnel present. Indeed, alone he was, the Englishman, dining all by himself. Therefore, no one other than the black uniformed cadet could have dispatched the Englishman over and out. Just because we were the only ones there doesn't mean that I killed him! Also, I think the judge said something and I wasn't paying attention. These testimonies are certainly compelling. Wait, that's nonsense! The victim, Dr. Wilson, wasn't alone at all. Please, enough of these outbursts already. But there was a woman! There was a young woman at his table. You must have seen her. Everyone there must have seen her. Did you see a ghost, Ryunosuke?
Attention!
If you call yourself a lawyer, then you will respect the rules of the court and speak accordingly. We are not here to listen to your fantasies. It is evident beyond all reasonable doubt that the victim was alone at the time of the incident. The prosecution has photographic evidence of this fact. Is this a photographic print of the scene of the crime, counsel? Indeed, of the table at which the victim was dining, taken by an investigator immediately after the incident. As it can plainly be seen, there is only one place set. Certainly, based on the appearance of this print, it would be reasonable to conclude that the victim was not in the company of anyone else. It doesn't make any sense. The court will add this new photographic evidence to the record. The photographic print of the crime scene has been entered into the court record. Crime scene photograph. A bottle of carbonated water and a steak lunch can be seen on the victim's table. I don't understand. What's going on here? Yeah, maybe we shouldn't order any food. Yeah, it could easily be that. She could have just been engaged in conversation and not eating. Just not possible that no one else saw that woman. You like carbonated water, do you, Ethel? I can't stand it. It's just really not my thing. I drank some by accident once because someone else went to get me a bottle of water, and this is a little gross, but I kind of just spat it out immediately. We were outside, I wish to mention, so it wasn't that gross, but it's like, ah yes, some water. Oh no. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of fizzy stuff in general. Like, some stuff I can deal with, like, ramen I can get to, because that's not... Japanese fizzy drinks aren't quite as fizzy as they are over here, so I can sort of deal with them. Anyway. The waiter before said the same thing. He maintains that Dr. Wilson came to the restaurant alone as well. But that's not true! I saw her! I swear that I saw a woman with him! Oh no, that's not something you should add to the law book. It would seem that we'll be able to telegraph the report to Great Britain on time after all. The witness testimonies we have just heard leave no further room for doubt. These are very sensitive political times, as we all know. The ink is still fresh on the treaty with Great Britain. To think that I, Takatsuchi Ochi... Oh, once again, I apologise if I mangle these names. Will have contributed to the amity of these two great empires is an honour. Will people stop using complicated words? Because I am having a word problem today. And it's bad enough without words I have never said in my life. How can this be happening? The judge is ready to rule. Stand tall, Ryunosuke, it's not over yet. Honestly, I would not get through this without this guy. What? If what you say is true, then there's something going on here behind the scenes. And now is your chance to expose it, to draw out the truth in your cross-examination. I don't know, Kazuma. The defense is entitled to cross-examine the witnesses, but make it quick. Understood? Just, rules can be so unbending at times. Back to press all the things! Its magical powers even stronger. Yeah, I mean, Mia wasn't able to create a breeze just immediately around her in order to look more epic, right? Okay, time for press all the things. Although actually, I want to take a look at this. Because, like, I'm not sure how this indicates that he was on his own. Because all it's got is one X on something. I'm not sure how he can assert that the sketch shows that the guy was dining alone, because there's no indication of where, like, I was or where those other two guys are. Or is it kitchen? I was guessing this was kitchen, but this is entrance, right? I think. I seem to remember seeing kanji like this in Tokyo, so on doors. So I assume that's like the entrance. So this must be the kitchen. Oh! Haha! Look! It translates it for me! Duh. Okay. Right, so here's the photograph of the victim. And here's the crime scene photograph. Here's the photograph of the victim. Okay, that's the vase over on the right. Not the right, the left. Okay. Just a second. If this is on the back of a business card, why aren't I allowed to look at the other side? I want to look at the other side of this, because he clearly didn't want this going into evidence for some reason. And I want to know why. I mean, it's possible they turned the chair around so they could properly examine him. I'm not sure. Anyway. Pressing.
Yes!
No, it's not the same thing at all. For a start, I didn't fire that gun. We have a difference of opinion on that. The opinion of a uniformed officer versus that of a fledgling cadet. I don't think so. Consider this, defendant. Just a moment ago, I blinked. Did you? Did you see it? Did you see me blink? Well, no, because I can't see your eyes behind those glasses, but... how could I? And yet, it is an undeniable fact that I did blink. So there you have it. Have what? Tension! The sound of the firearm rang in my ears, and the very next moment, I saw you waving the gun at the Englishman. I think it says it all, don't you? Ugh. And let us not forget that the antiques dealer witnessed the accused in the most incriminating position as well. In this most incriminating position as well. Isn't that so, Korakuta-san? Yeah, apparently I was waving the gun. This guy says I was pointing them.
Yes!
Yes, it may be true that I was holding the gun at that point in time. But I've told you already, that's only because I'd picked it up off the floor. Which, you know, is something you just shouldn't do with a random gun, but hey. Well, obviously, as the culprit, that's the only way you could explain it away. I had just finished drinking my coffee and I was about to leave the restaurant when I noticed a gun on the floor at Dr. Wilson's feet, so I picked it up. And at exactly that moment... So someone was clearly waiting for anyone, to pick up that gun off the floor, right? Before they then shot. And I mean, I suppose this is quite far back, and I don't know how prevalent guns were back then in Japan. There must have been two guns, right? One on the floor as a trap, and one that was actually shot. I think. A gunshot rang in my ears. Full of events beyond our control, life is. Sorry, what do you mean? In your case, you found a pistol on the floor and picked it up, which precipitated this testing predicament. Also, why does the old guy have a knife? Does he just keeps unsheathing in the middle of cut? Whereas, conversely, I failed to pick up the Koban from the floor and find myself in an equally testing predicament as a result. Couldn't you check by the gun? Yeah, there's a whole thing, isn't there, about how to find out if a gun has shot and how to find out if a bullet belongs to that gun, right? Like with rifling markings and stuff like that. Although considering that the evidence says that the bullet didn't go all the way through the guy, and here they don't do a full autopsy, which means the bullet is probably still in the corpse. So they haven't actually checked for that. Also, I don't know if there would be like rifling markings. I don't know if that's a thing at this point in guns or not. Because I am not good on gun history. Like, I don't know what kind of a gun this is. Anyway, the fact remains, myself, I did see you. With pistol in hand, standing over the foreigner. Standing over him? I don't think I was doing that. You mean aside from the staff? Yeah, aside from the staff, you're the only ones present. You must have noticed someone else at Dr. Wilson's table. There was a lady there.
Objection!
As you have been at pains to point out time and again, I feel I'm growing a callus in my ear. And yet no one else appears to have even caught a glimpse of this woman. This is what gaslighting is, right? Because I saw the woman and everyone else is claiming that they didn't. Is that what gaslighting is? If only there'd been more people dining there at the time, then someone else would have noticed her. Unfortunately, it was already past 2 PM when it happened. A quiet time between lunch and dinner in any restaurant. You think his hair's gonna fall off? I know! Of course the place was almost empty. It's what you'd expect. Certainly 2 PM is neither here nor there in terms of a time to eat. I mean, it's a good time to eat if you don't want the place you're eating to be busy. I wonder if there was a reason why the victim was eating at that time of day and why he was alone. Well, he's a visiting professor who was probably getting food at a time that was convenient between his lectures. Right? Yes, Your Excellency. There was indeed a reason. There was? This was found in the victim's jacket pocket. What is that, Counsel? It is a medical report card, Your Excellency. It would seem that the victim had an appointment at a clinic prior to visiting the restaurant. Hotter clinic. Yes, there would indeed appear to be an entry for the date in question. 19th November, noon to past 1 PM. The very day of the incident. So the victim went for a late lunch following his appointment. The explanation couldn't be more simple. The prosecution felt no need to submit this evidence before, as it really has no bearing on the case. How about you submit all your evidence? It wouldn't be nice if all the evidence was printed at the start, right? I wonder. What do you think, Ryunosuke? Well, it's hard to see how they could be related, really. No, we need all the evidence. Remember, you can request for it to be entered into the court record as evidence if you think it could be useful. Should I ask for Dr. Wilson's medical report card to be submitted as evidence? Yes! Yes, I should.
Yes!
If I may, I'd like to ask for that medical report card to be submitted as evidence, Your Excellency. On what grounds? The court has already heard conclusive witness testimony. Additional evidence would be extraneous. Not to mention that the victim's movements prior to his arrival at the restaurant are of no concern.
Objection!
Whether or not they are of concern is up to us to decide. We have a right to explore all possible avenues. I beg your pardon? You mean Naruhodo here? He's, you can tell how nervous he is. You have no authority to refuse a perfectly valid request for the submission of evidence. Very well. The court will grant the defence's request. Youngsters these days are forever asserting their rights. It's a most disturbing trend. Officer, kindly add the victim's medical report card to the court record. The victim's medical report card has been entered into the court record. Medical report card. A medical report card from Hotter Clinic that was found in the victim's pocket. What we need right now is new clues. Oh yeah, I wanna have a look at my new clue. Oh. Why can't I examine this? Okay. We have to explore things from every possible angle, even if they don't seem relevant at first. Right, I hear you. You can conspire to prolong this trial as much as you like, but it's the day after the festival already for you. Or perhaps you've forgotten that these witness testimonies leave no room for doubt. Feel free to reiterate for the accused, Karakuta-san. Can I look at it? No. Maybe I will be taught how to look at things properly in a bit, and then maybe it'll let me look at it. We already did that. So yes! Press. So you actually saw that with your own eyes, did you? The victim, Dr. Wilson, dining alone? That I did. Forgive me for the position I placed you in. The testimonies of the old man, the soldier, and the waiter all agree on that point. Isn't that interesting? And let us not forget the incontestable evidence we have to support their statements as well. As can clearly be seen, there is only a single beef steak on the victim's table, a meal for one. Oh. Wait a second. Wait a second. Wait a second. I'm not certain this is the victim's table. Well, I mean, let's be honest, we don't know what the victim was eating. But we know one person who was sat at a table eating a steak. Because the sergeant was sat at the table eating a steak when everything happened, right? This is not necessarily the correct table. I don't know. I could be just pulling something out of absolutely nowhere with absolutely no evidence. No. The antiques dealer, the sergeant, and the waiter who testified before. It's not impossible that they're all lying. But if so, then why? If I'm perfectly honest, I have absolutely no idea. Right, just a second. Right, okay. So if we look at this. Right. And then we look at this. Alright, okay. All of the tables apparently have 4 chairs around them. Okay. I was hoping some of them were only going to have like 2 chairs. Because we seem to be missing a chair over here. Table, table, table. Okay, yeah, that could be this table. It could be. I mean, that picture was either this table or this table, given the other tables that can be seen. Right? Boo. I thought I had something there, but I didn't.
Yes!
Why aren't you telling the truth? What did you say, cadet? Clearly remember. There was a woman sitting across the table from the professor. There also doesn't seem to be anything on that table in that picture, but hey. Perhaps one of you might not have noticed. But for both of you to have failed to see the professor's dining companion, it's just not possible. Unfortunately for you, Defendant Naruhodo, it is just a case of it's not just a case of these 2 witnesses alone. Sorry? you think they're covering up because she's British? I mean, that's entirely possible. It was an English-made gun, right? The waiter, whose testimony the court heard earlier, clearly stated the same thing. Yeah, he also didn't get sworn in as a proper witness, so, you know. I don't know whether we should be having this relevant at all. He also said that the victim was alone. That's right! Precisely. In other words, You are the sole proponent of this phantom lady. But I... If such a woman were indeed present at the scene, the prosecution demands to see proof. Oh, the waiter. The waiter's clearly got, what is it? What is it? I know the name of the disease. The one that makes you cough up blood. The one that Okita of the Shinsengumi had. I don't remember off the top of my head, oh no. But anyway, the waiter is clearly dying. Also, I'm not sure a waiter that's coughing up blood should be working, because that just seems unsanitary. And if no such proof exists, the prosecution demands that no further mention of this phantom woman be made. It is a blatant waste of the court's time. There's nothing I can say to that. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. Yeah, that's true. They probably didn't have that kind of regulations back then, did they? But I mean, that's an infectious disease. Don't go spreading it. So excellent work, Ryunosuke. We've gleaned some new information now. We have? Well, yes, but I don't feel like it changes much. I can't see that it brings any real discrepancies to light. I wouldn't be so sure. Let me see that medical report card you got before. Oh, yes, now I get to see it. Oh, you mean this? Yes, this is a brand new piece of evidence, so perhaps we should examine it in a little more detail. Yay, tutorial! How exactly? Tutorial, the thing I was already doing. You'll notice that some pieces of evidence bear a magnifying glass. These are the ones you may examine. Why does he have a katana? Yeah, that was also my question. I guess this is before the rules on not carrying swords around. I don't know when they came in. Press A and you can take a closer look at the piece in question. Use R. Okay. R stick. To turn it around! Yes! Yes! To rotate the evidence in all directions and examine it from all angles. Okay, R stick. And by using the L stick... I can make a crosshair go. You can move the crosshairs around to hunt for clues that may have been missed before. If the crosshairs start to pulsate, press A to investigate further. So, partner, I think you should take a closer look at this medical report card. See if there isn't something new to be learned by examining it in more detail. Yeah, you know I'm going for that business card first. Alright, I'll see what I can do. I need to use right stick and left stick and A to inspect any areas of the evidence that look suspicious. Oh no, it's just gonna take me straight to it. I'm sorry, I've got to look at this first. Whee, doo-doo. Do. It says Hotter Clinic on this medical report card. I hate clinics, almost as much as I hate hospitals and surgeries. Aren't they all the same? When I was 5, I caught the only cold I've ever had in my life. And I remember, even though I felt awful already, I had to have this hideous injection in my right arm. Phew. I'll never forget it. Never in my whole life. Most people would give their right arms to have had only one cold in their whole life. Anyway, I don't think this is a clinic where they treat people for illnesses like that. Let's keep looking for clues. We don't want to miss anything. Okay, is there... So that's that there. Medical report card required for every visit. I do appreciate these the subtitles here. Okay. Turn it over! Oh no, it's a dentist! It's a dentist! It looks like this medical report card was first issued quite some time ago. It's not showing me the date. There's nothing in the date section. It's probably a record of a long-term treatment, that's why. With a family doctor, I imagine. Well, I can't imagine. Going to a doctor, I mean. As long as I'm alive, I'm never consulting one. That's probably not the best idea, dude. Well, if you were dead, there'd be no point. So you don't like doctors, then? Why would you? They make you drink horrible tasting medicine, they give you painful injections, and then they demand lots of money from you for the privilege. When you're at your lowest ebb. Okay, yeah. I guess they charge you for the doctors here and then. Although admittedly, I don't go very often. You sound like a model patient. With a bad case of stubbornness, no less, for which the only cure is very bitter medicine indeed. Healthy curiosity awarded. Okay, and now I think I need to... Can I look inside? Yes! Da-da-da! Look at all this that I can't read. Let's have a look. This is some kind of medical history. Ah, and there's an entry for the day the professor was killed. Extraction of molar with topical anesthesia. Ooh, no, oh no, oh no. Been there, done that. Wasn't a whole lot of fun. Extraction of molar? You mean he had a tooth taken out? It seems so. Just before the incident, he'd had a bad tooth removed. Hey! If I know anything about the dentist, and I do, it's after you've had something like that, the dentist says, well, one, you're not supposed to eat for a while. And two, when you eat, you're supposed to only eat soft things. I don't think that steak qualifies as something you should be eating when you've just had a tooth out. Actually, no, wait, those rules are for fillings, but still, I'm not sure you're gonna want to chew on a steak when you've just had a tooth out. And your mouth is slightly numb. So you're just gonna be drooling everywhere. I definitely wouldn't go out for a steak after I've been and had a tooth out. This is the evidence I need. Perhaps they used laughing gas. That's the most modern practice in the West for pain relief. No, it says topical. It says topical. That means it's a cream. They didn't gas him. Yes, I've heard of this anesthesia. Although it's hard to believe there's anything that can actually stop you feeling pain. I mean, it also doesn't stop you feeling it. It just makes it not... Well, no, it's... I guess it stops the pain. Ah, there's a cautionary note from the medical practitioner as well. Strictly no food or drink besides water for 3 hours post-procedure until anesthetic effects have passed. This! I told you! I am very familiar with post-dental procedures. He is not supposed to be eating. Like, just as a side note. Filling tomorrow. You know. So... Really? Sounds like information worth bearing in mind. Yes, see? This evidence was relevant. The medical report card's information has been updated in the court record. With this new information, the meaning of that one particular statement totally changes. I will... Well, I'm not going to go to a restaurant immediately after the dentist, so I will be fine. I mean, also I live in a country where people don't just carry guns around. So... But also I'm just going to be coming straight back here. So I think it's time we listen to the testimony again, don't you? Definitely. Da-da-dan! We found a new thing! Okay, right. But I do want to go, I do want to look at the business card. Examine. Turn. Da-da-da-da-dan! This is not a waiter's business card! This isn't a waiter's business card! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Well, that's unexpected. What is? Look, do you see it says the witness's name here? Satoru Hosonaga? Oh! He's not a waiter! He's not a waiter! Well, yes, business cards do tend to show the person's name. That's sort of the point. It's not the name that's unexpected, it's his job title. His job? Oh! Chief Inspector Satoru Hosonaga. I forgot what name the waiter had. Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. Inspector? What on earth? I have no idea. But let's face it, the police have a lot of power and influence. If they're wielding it somehow here. The waiter's business card information has been updated in the court record. Da-da-dan! We did it! Hey, is there anything on the back of the photograph? Is there anything on the... Nope. Okay, that's not a thing I can turn around, is it? Okay. And neither is this. And neither is this, maybe. Nope. Can I do-do-do! Do-do-do! My personal student number is engraved on the back here. If you lose your pin, they won't accept you as a Yume student at the university. Yume? No! No! No, 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 no. You may not come in. Of course, you can get a new pin made if you just tell them your number. Ooh, okay. You can get a new pin made just by telling them your number. This may be important information later. I've actually lost mine twice already, but I still don't know my student number by heart. I always say to myself I mustn't forget to write it down somewhere, but then I forget to not forget that. And then I forget not to forget that. Oh dear. Okay, what can I look up about the front? Ah, the symbol of Yume University. Every student wears this pin with pride. It's funny, but most emblems seem to be either round or rectangular. I like this spiked design, even though it doesn't really make any sense. Although, it does cause problems. Lots of students end up cutting their fingers on their badges. Oh no! Perhaps it was the idea of one of the founders. A sharp pin for a sharp mind or something. Why do the sides of it have to be sharp? Only the pin back needs to be... I'm pretty sure that's the wrong way up. Yeah. It's, 000901. See, look at the top bit of the 1. There. It's the other way up. Can I... There we go, like that. See? Anyway. Back to where I was going. That's what we... You could definitely murder someone with it. Okay, where's the thing about... Alone he was, the Englishman dining all by himself. Is this the one I need to... Let's check the other one. Okay, yeah. It's the old man's thing. Present. Medical report card. Present. Yes. Well, I think, about what are you wittering, lad? Call yourself a lawyer. I wish I could. First and foremost here, I'm the accused. Ryunosuke. Everyone stumbles on their words occasionally. Under the circumstances, I wouldn't worry about it. Thanks, Kazuma. I could see it quite clearly in that cross-examination you just carried out. When you raised your hand straight up like that, so purposefully. You knew exactly what it was you wanted to say. Don't feel like you have to choose your words carefully. Just say what you're thinking. Alright, thanks for the advice. Karakuta-san, this is a medical report card belonging to the victim. Ah, I see, and I don't see. What of it, boy? Comparing what is written on this report card with your witness statement, something clearly doesn't add up.
Objection!
Dear me, have you forgotten my words so soon, you amateur? Sorry, what? You are not to interrupt court proceedings with your amateurish drivel. Just because I caught you out on not giving me an important bit of evidence, dude. But... let's see if I can explain in words you might understand. It was after 2 PM in the afternoon when the victim was murdered at the restaurant. Whatever he may or may not have done before that time is completely irrelevant. No, it's not! It's not irrelevant. But that's, Remember, Ryunosuke, you don't have to use clever language or fancy words. Just make your point. Your Excellency, I believe we're finished here. There's surely no need to prolong this trial further. The witness testimonies the court has heard have been clear and concise. This medical report card has no bearing on the matter at all, for the simple reason that there is no one else beside this pale-faced pupil who could possibly have perpetrated the crime. This medical report card has nothing to do with the case. Do you really believe that? What? That outburst half petrified me, boy. Of course I believe it. How could it possibly be relevant? Perhaps because Hotter Clinic, which issued the report card, is a dental clinic. A dental clinic? Is that supposed to mean something to me? Perhaps if I told you that the victim had just had a tooth extracted. What's this now? And furthermore, if I told you that as a result the victim had been forbidden from eating. Just what are you trying to say, cadet? He had orders not to eat, so what? It's all written up in here. No food or drink other than water for 3 hours post-procedure while anesthesia wears off. What? No, that can't. Karakuta-san. What, boy? What? As you just heard, when he was killed, sometime shortly after 2 PM, the victim couldn't have been eating anything at all. No! Additionally, there's more. You assured the court with unwavering self-confidence that the victim was dining alone. But that cannot possibly be the case. Because the victim, as we now know, had just had one of his teeth extracted and was still experiencing the effects of the anesthetic. Expertly done, partner. Da, 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 da. We caught them. We caught them. We got them on the ropes now. What is this nonsense, you little upstart? These are baseless accusations. Just look at this photographic evidence. You can clearly see the plate of food at the victim's table.
Objection!
Use your head. That's the very discrepancy we're talking about, or can't you follow the logic? How dare you? I think it's fair to say that the tables in this restaurant case have turned. Puns. Wouldn't you agree, Ryunosuke? Yes, most definitely. So having just undergone some dental surgery, the victim was unable to eat. Which leaves one very crucial conundrum. Who in fact was eating the pictured beef steak? The court will hear the opinion of the defense on this new puzzle. I assume you're ready, counsel? I mean, these attorney games are always punny, but it's usually in the names, right? Counsel? Oh, that means me, doesn't it? Alright, the answer to this question is going to be pivotal. This is the start of you turning this trial around. Show them what you're made of. Got it. So, the person eating the steak at the victim's table must have been... the victim himself, no. Me, no. The 2 witnesses, no. An as yet unknown third party, probably yes. Probably the lady. Obviously, it can only have been someone else who was sitting at the professor's table.
Objection!
You will not let this go, will you? There was no such person. Excuse me, I just gave you evidence of this other person. Excuse me.
Yes!
I wonder if the Steel Samurai. The Steel Samurai. One of these days I need to replay the original Ace Attorney games. Because it's been a while. I actually don't know if I finished all of them. In fact, I think there's one I haven't finished because I can see it from here, and I'm pretty sure I borrowed that from a friend, and, whoops. When the incident occurred, we know that the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Did I miss a line before that? No. Okay. Oh no, yes, I did. Because I saw her. I don't know if I said that before. When the incident occurred, we know the victim couldn't have been eating anything. Yet we have evidence of a half-eaten steak on his table. Yeah, I should probably give that game back at some point, shouldn't I? I'm also pretty sure I've lent games out to friends and never got them back as well. Therefore, the only logical conclusion is that there was somebody else there eating it. We have strong evidence to support our assertion. It's clear that these witness testimonies are unreliable. What's the one with the orca on? Oh, the orca on trial. Oh man, which one was that? I've definitely played that one. I remember that. It's clear these witness testimonies are unreliable. If the court decides to push through a ruling at this stage, we will lodge a formal complaint with the Ministry of Justice and pursue a fair retrial, relentlessly. Kazuma, are you insane? You would take on the government? Don't worry, Counsel, I have no issue with you. What do you mean? I have an issue with them, those two witnesses in the stand. What? What are you talking about? We have demonstrated with evidence that the victim was not alone. So, if it now turns out that the two of you have deliberately lied while giving your testimonies, obviously you will be charged with perjury. Perjury? And since this is a murder trial, you will also be deemed complicit in the killing. Complicit? In murder? No! Negative! There was no mention of this at the tactical meeting. A tactical meeting, huh? I was just following orders. That's right, as the man says. Just say you never saw the gentlewoman. That's what they, told us. Someone prepared these witnesses. Oh. What? What did you just say, Karakuta-san? Oh, no. You were just following orders? No, hold on, lad, I was, Say you never saw the gentlewoman? Grr. When you say gentlewoman, do you mean you saw the victim with a lady from overseas? What?
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? What is the meaning of all this? These witnesses gave false statements? Is this true, you pair? Just one simple slip of the tongue. Order, order! Counsel, explain what is going on here. It's painfully clear now you tried to prevent these witnesses from telling the truth. Absolutely not! The prosecution knows nothing of this! Then who's behind this? Who tried to make you keep your mouths shut? I mean, the guy who was pretending to be a waiter at the beginning, right? Well, the baby's kind of upset, clearly. A lot of mustache yanking going on there. That's classified. So you're prepared to be tried as a conspirator to this murder, are you? You wouldn't. This can't be happening! Ryunosuke, judging from the way they're reacting to this, I'd say they were sworn to silence by someone with considerable influence. However, I don't believe Aoichi had any idea about it. What are you saying? I mean, to wield that kind of influence, there are only a handful of possibilities. It could only have been the government, the military, or the police, I suppose. I mean, we know it's the police because we looked at the card already. Well, any ideas about who might be behind this? If we can affirm who tried to silence these witnesses, then we can continue our pursuit. So we need to name whoever it was that tried to make the witnesses keep their mouths shut. Of course, we'll need evidence before we make any firm accusations. Evidence that proves whoever it was really did wield his or her power here. But how? How can we possibly... Remember how we made progress before? Before? We examined this piece of evidence in more detail and found a new clue as a result. Oh yeah, that's right. Well, that's not the only piece of evidence we have, is it? We need to re-examine everything and make sure there's nothing we've missed. There's no time to lose. I already found... Yeah. I want answers. If it's proven that these witnesses have been manipulated, I assure you the penalty will be severe. Please, wait, Your Excellency. I had no idea about any of this. I swear to every Shinto god. Wow, that's a lot of gods. That's a lot of gods. Just a lot. I knew nothing. And what does the defense have to say about all this, Well, Your Excellency, no time to think. I'm just going to have to close my eyes and shout out the first name that comes into my head. Besides the prosecution, the only person with the necessary influence to manipulate the witnesses is... this guy!
Yes!
Yeah, this is a longer tutorial than I'm used to with these games. Well, surely that would be Satoru Hosonaga-san. Hosonaga-san? The waiter who took the stand earlier?
Objection!
Poppycock! What possible reason could the waiter have to make these witnesses give false testimony? Not to mention the fact that even a head waiter could not possibly have that level of influence. For once, I would agree with you. If, that is, the man truly were a waiter. What? If he truly were... Come on, Ryunosuke. Time to hit this court with the truth. The truth about Satoru Hosonaga-san's real identity, as proven by this evidence. But
yes!
The plan of the restaurant sketched by the man in question. I agree it shows a great attention to detail, but I'm not sure we can conclude anything. Sorry, Your Excellency, that's the back of the card. It's the back of the card that's of interest. the back of the card. I beg your pardon? Or perhaps I should have said the front? Hi, Firewall. I'm doing fine. How are you? Yes, it's the front of the back of the card. That's where the telling detail is. Would someone please explain what this overexcited student is trying to say? Hosonaga-san sketched the plan of the restaurant on the reverse side of his business card. The front of that business card reveals the man in question's profession, his true profession. The waiter's profession, but that's surely... Good gracious! That's right, Your Excellency. The card reads, Chief Inspector, Primary Criminal Investigation Division, Imperial Police Bureau. What? The waiter is a police detective? I haven't heard any mention of this before. Why haven't I heard any mention of this before? The Imperial Police Bureau has immense power. Absolute power as far as regular civilians are concerned. So, witnesses there in the stand. Was it in fact the waiter who gave you your orders? Was it he who told you not to mention that you'd seen this foreign gentlewoman at the scene? Well... He's back! Inspector Hosonaga. Should I still be doing posh waiter voice for this guy, even though we know he's not a waiter now? Pain RG. He does. He's clearly Payne's ancestor, right? I was worried something like this may happen. The moment you asked me to submit my sketch as evidence, I realized it was a possibility. The court will now take this plan and add it to the court record as evidence. Oh, well. Is there a problem? Hand the plan to the court officer at once. Of course. Here you are. Yes, I remember now. He did act strangely when the judge asked him to hand over his business card, which is why I wanted to look at the other side of that as soon as possible. I strive to carry out all investigations flawlessly. It's my guiding principle. But I let myself to be distracted when I made that sketch. It was an unusually careless mistake. So you mean to say you really are a detective? But why would a detective be working as a restaurant waiter? I mean, clearly he's pretending to work as a restaurant waiter. Yeah, of course. Your salary must be terrible. I was working undercover. Undercover? Yes. There have been a series of incidents at the restaurant recently. In order to investigate, I decided to get a job there as a waiter, working undercover. Incidents at the restaurant? What kind of incidents? That would be classified police information, which I am not at liberty to divulge. However, I can state categorically that they are unrelated to this case of homicide. Very well then, Inspector Hosonaga, but you will elaborate on one point for the court. Of course, Your Excellency. We have just heard new information from the two witnesses beside you. That at the time of the shooting, there was in fact another person present at the victim's table. If that is indeed true, clearly you would have also been... Clearly you would have... Nope, I'm messing up the order. Let's try that one third time. Clearly you would also have been aware of this person's presence, having served at the table in question. Have I played... Yeah, I have played other Ace Attorney games, but it's been a while. However, your testimony did not allude to this other diner, therefore I am led to assume that in your professional capacity as a police officer, you required these witnesses to be in agreement. Yeah. Also, recently I have played a similar game to the Ace Attorney games. It's a indie game called Nina Aquila Legal Eagle, which if you haven't played it, I recommend it. It's a lot of fun. Would that be correct? Ahem. Ahem. Correct, Your Excellency. Unbelievable! As suspected. As soon as I heard the gunshot, I ran out of the kitchen to see what had happened. The victim sat slumped in his chair, and beside him, gun in hand, stood the accused student. Sitting opposite the victim at the same table was a young lady, whom I guessed to be an Englishwoman. So the truth comes out. I immediately sealed off the restaurant and reported the incident to the Bureau. It was then that I received some special orders. Special orders? You mean to say... remove the Englishwoman from the scene at once. It was made clear that the Englishwoman's presence at the restaurant was to be concealed. Those were my orders. But what if this Englishwoman was the killer? I think it would be in everyone's best interest not to pursue that idea. I don't know about everyone's best interests. I think it is in my best interests that that we consider her. What did I think of Danganronpa? I enjoyed playing Danganronpa. I very much enjoyed that. I will be playing the later games at a later point because it was good. I like using my brain to figure mysteries out. I like doing that. And Danganronpa threw some curveballs at me. So I enjoyed that a lot. The Empire views the friendly terms of its relationship with Britain more highly than anything at the moment. An Englishman has been murdered on our soil. To name an Englishwoman as the primary suspect. Well, without irrefutable evidence, that would be completely out of the question. And the government thinks it would be a good idea if they named a Japanese boy as the suspect. Well, the baseball death scene. That was pretty brutal. So that's the reason for the disappearance of the Phantom Woman in this case. But it's not right! Yeah! We're here pursuing justice! Not pursuing... being friendly with Great Britain. One possibility does spring to mind. What do you mean, Kazuma? Yume University is currently hosting a number of exchange students from Great Britain, and I'm fairly certain that one of them, studying in the Medical Facilities Research Laboratory, is a young Englishwoman. What? You're a shrewd man. I can see why you're the chosen candidate for the overseas study tour. You mean... When I removed the woman from the scene of the crime, I thought it prudent to check her identity first. Then the court demands that you name the lady in question at once, Inspector. The Englishwoman sitting at the university professor's table was a certain Miss... Jezael Brett. Jezael? Miss Jezael Brett. She is indeed a foreign student studying in the research laboratory of UMA University's medical faculty. What is happening here? I admit that under orders from the police bureau, I erased all evidence of this lady's presence at the scene, and ordered these witnesses to make no mention of her in their testimonies. It must now be up to Your Excellency. Yeah. It must now be up to Your Excellency to decide how to deal with this situation. Very well. My thoughts on the matter are as follows. Thus far, the case presented to the court has been underpinned by a particularly critical premise. Namely, that the victim was dining alone. However, as we have now discovered that this premise is false, it would be a desecration of our justice system to ignore the truth and give a ruling at this point.
Objection!
But Your Excellency, that would mean missing the noon deadline of ruling in order to send a telegraphic report to Great Britain. Hey, earlier you said you needed to send a telegraph this afternoon. You did not say noon. You did not say we had to finish by noon. Our own government will surely be very displeased by such actions. Calm yourself, Counsel. I will not allow the government of our country or any other to influence the proceedings of my courtroom. Favorite judge for my... I don't remember the games well enough to have a favorite judge. And favorite pain haircut. Oh. Also, I don't remember clearly enough those either. I'm sorry. Ugh. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes, sir. You will locate this Jedi... How did I decide to pronounce that? You will locate this Jedi Brett and escort her to the courtroom with utmost urgency. At once, Your Excellency. But that means you're going against the special orders you were given from the police bureau. As I said before, it is my guiding principle to carry out all investigations flawlessly. So it won't be a problem? Nothing will get in my way. Except possibly dying of tuberculosis! Tuberculosis is what I was looking for. Court will adjourn briefly. The prosecution must call the English student, Jezile Brett, to the witness stand. Do I make myself clear? Yes! Your Excellency! Good. Then we will have a 30-minute recess before reconvening. To be continued! How long is this tutorial case? Save your current progress. Yes! Oh, I see, that's an autosave at the top. Right. That was confusing me. There are parts to this trial. You know, I was thinking earlier, like, let's start a little bit earlier than I was starting the Danganronpa ones, because those took a while. And I want to be eating slightly earlier than, like 8 o'clock at night. So I was like, just in case it's that sort of length, let's start this a little earlier. But then I was also like, but it is the tutorial one, probably, so it'll probably be fast. Maybe it's not fast. Maybe this game is going to be a lot longer than I expected. Yeah, I've still got time. I think we can do part 2 of the trial. But first, I do need another drink because I am out, and because I'm talking a lot on voice acting, I need to get another one. How's the grind going? I haven't done a whole lot. I've done 2 more attempts on the battle. I touched the rock, just because I could, but I'm still nowhere near close enough. I'm recording every run I do at it, so in case I actually finish it, then I can just upload that run for you guys. Obviously I'll let you know if that happens. So anyway, I'm gonna be right back because I need a drink. Okay, I'm back. The tutorial cases in Ace Attorney became longer as the series progressed. When you say 3 times, yikes. Alright. Long tutorials, huh? Okay, right. Let's go into part 2 then. 22nd November, 11:38 AM. Supreme Court. Oh no, I have to say that again. Please stop asking me to say that word. I don't know how to say it. I should have looked that up while I was taking a break, shouldn't I? Supreme Court of Judicature? Defendant's Antechamber 5. Please tell me if I got that wrong. Because I have no idea how that's pronounced. Like, at all. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. That was superb. My heart was in my mouth the entire time. It was almost unbelievable. I mean, looking at you in there. You were drenched in sweat, your eyes popping, your knees knocking, and you were grinding your teeth. It was a grim sight, but before I knew it, you'd started finding inconsistencies in the testimonies. Yes, that word, after all. I think you might have a natural talent for being a lawyer. Forget it, it's terrifying. If I get through this, I don't ever want to see the inside of a courtroom again. Judicature. Okay, judicature. Alright. I'm gonna forget that by next time they want me to say it, probably. Anyway, it looks like we've exposed your phantom lady at last. Mrs. Ilebret. A student from Great Britain, is she? That's what I was trying to tell everyone from the start. Dr. Wilson wasn't alone. There was a young woman with him, like I've been saying all along. Yes, you have, haven't you? I might not be overly confident in the courtroom, but my powers of observation are one thing I'm sure of. Yes, I can see that. So, about this young gentlewoman. Thanks to our detective friend, she was hastily escorted away from the scene, it seems. Did you see what happened with that? No, I didn't see any of it. I was just on my way out of the restaurant myself, then on the floor next to Dr. Wilson's table, I noticed there was a gun lying on the floor. And just after I bent down and picked it up, I didn't have time to think about where the sound of the gunshot had come from. The waiter ran over to me, looking white as a sheet, and he bundled me into some sort of small pantry next to the kitchen. Kazuma clearly has a small degree of magical power, and he uses that to manipulate the air currents in his immediate vicinity in order to look cool. Fast thinking by the detective, he apprehended his suspect without a moment's delay. Yes, and because I was shut in the pantry, I have no idea what happened outside in the dining area. Ah, there you are. Well done, both of you. Yes, I guessed who it was going to be. Okay. Professor Mikataba. Well, it seems I was right. The pair of you make an outstanding team. You've exceeded my expectations, I have to say. Yes, it seems you planned this from the start. You arranged things so I wouldn't be able to act as a lawyer in this trial. Our modern country is still in its infancy, our justice system even more so. Which is why I firmly believe that we need to send our brightest young stars overseas to learn all they can. I wanted to avoid a situation that may have resulted in your study tour to Great Britain being cancelled. Well, it makes no difference. Lawyer or otherwise, if I'm the kind of man who can't help his best friend avert the worst crisis of his life. I shouldn't waste everyone's time by going to study overseas anyway. He's such a good friend, Kazuma. What are you saying, Kazuma? So that's your stance. I was afraid you'd feel that way. Kazuma! Well then, it looks like it all comes down to you, young man. To me? Yes, you need to prove your innocence and uncover what really took place in that restaurant. I must say, I very much want to know the truth. After all, I have a personal connection to this case. Come to think of it, he said the same thing earlier this morning, didn't he? If you don't mind me asking, Professor, did you know the victim? Yes, I did. As you're probably aware, Dr. John H. Wilson was a visiting professor at UMA. And it was I who invited him. Oh, I see. I didn't know that before. Sorry. No, Kazuma voice. I didn't know that before. Also, like, why are all the characters dudes? I have a limit to the number of different dude voices I can do. Which is why I'm making Ryunosuke closer to my, to my own voice. Just to save myself a little bit. Anyway, you're about to go into battle. The victim was a university professor from Great Britain, and a well-known one at that. Naturally, our government is looking to identify and punish the culprit as quickly as possible. But let's not forget who we're going up against. The gentlewoman whose involvement our police bureau went to extraordinary lengths to hide. At least I'm gonna have another lady soon. Just give every witness an OH voice. No, I like picking a voice that's appropriate. I do like doing that. It's just some of them are gonna sound pretty similar. Cause I have my limits. Yes, and I'm sure the prosecution will be using every tool at their disposal to quash your case. My favorite case from the first Danganronpa game. Ooh. Ooh. Thing is, I don't remember which chapters things were. My favorite case. If you'd asked me that closer to when I played it, I would have remembered which one it was. I think the one the problem is I don't want to like say something here and someone to come across this who hasn't played it and get spoiled for things. So it's kind of hard to say which one it is, you know? But I've no doubt you pair will put up a good fight right to the last. Best of luck. Thank you. Now then. I need you to run an errand at the university at once. Near the gym. Yeah, the one near the gym was... That was a good one. It's either that or the rec room, I think. Either the gym one or the rec room one. I think it would be somewhere between those two for me. I'm not sure which. There's something I think we may need. Of course. Good luck, Kazuma-sama. Defendant Naruhodo, court recess is over. Please make your way back inside the courtroom at once. It's time. Let's get back to it, partner. Let's get in there and deal a decisive blow before those old fossils know what hit them. Oh, the double murder though. Yeah, that was good too. That was good too. Kazuma? Thank you, really. What for? Well, if you hadn't said you believed me, then I'm fairly sure I'd already been found guilty by now. Look, I have faith in you. As a lawyer, and as a friend. Coming from you, that means a lot. If I'm found guilty in this trial, he's really going to give up on his dream of studying abroad. That's the kind of true friend he is. So this isn't just my battle anymore. Whoever we're up against, we absolutely cannot afford to lose. Alright then. I'll save the thank yous for after the trial. You can treat me to one of those sukiyaki meals I like from Yume Cafeteria on University Street. Sukiyaki's good. I do like sukiyaki. Man, I haven't had that in ages. Like, more than 2 years probably now. I mean, for obvious reasons I haven't been eating out anywhere. Lately. With an extra large portion, of course. "22nd of November, 12:09 PM. Supreme Court of..." Scroll up the chat. Judicature. Courtroom 2. The court hereby resumes the trial of Ryunosuke Naruhodo. Prosecutor Ouchi, have you managed to subpoena... How do you pronounce the subpoena? Subpoena? Yeah. Subpoena the witness. Yes, Your Excellency. Against all odds. And thanks to a certain young stripling, the prosecution is now under rather painful scrutiny from the government. Ugh, sorry. Let the government scrutinize. That's their job. It's nothing to worry about. It's highly unlikely that the good relations we forged with Great Britain will emerge from this trial unscathed. Will you still think it's nothing to worry about when the new treaty breaks down and our nation founders? Again, terribly sorry. If the friendship between our nations is really so fragile, then the treaty isn't worth the paper it's written on. Yeah, that is a better way of saying what I was about to say, Kazuma. It's like, if this one thing messes up this treaty, then anything was going to, right? You really have nothing to worry about, Ryunosuke. What do you mean? A secret trial, anxiety over some foreign government's opinions, a bungled investigation, missing witnesses. Is this what our nation's justice system is? Is this the Supreme Court of Japan or of England? Shut up, you jumped up rookie boy! You and your friend know nothing of the situation our nation finds itself in. So someone just off screen with one of those big fans just sort of waving it. By aligning ourselves with this great world power, we'll become strong. Diplomacy has never been more critical. Steady political maneuvering is what will secure our futures. I won't deny that I'm no expert, I'm just a student. And one who could arguably study harder too. But standing here now in our Supreme Court, there's one thing that I feel very strongly. A country that fails to uphold the truth in its justice system is a country with no future at all. Well said, Ryunosuke. Despite the wide-eyed look of terror. You little brats! Thank you, Council. This court is the pinnacle of our nation's justice system, and exists solely for the pursuance of truth. With that in mind, this trial will now resume with the next witness taking the stand. The visiting student from Great Britain, Miss Josiah Albrecht. Yes. Yeah, the previous Ace Attorney games had some interesting localization decisions, but I guess they can't they can't hide that this one's in Japan. And later in England, is it maybe? I don't know. Your Excellency. That is a hat! That is a hat! Well, what a delight it is to welcome such a fine gentlewoman to Japan, and from such a distant land. Tea! Someone bring English tea! In England, no discussions take place without tea. Shoot, I should have made myself some tea. Is that true? No, sorry, is that true? No idea. So, ahem. Could we possibly trouble you to state your name and occupation for the court? Of course. My name is Satoru Hosonaga. I don't think he was talking to you. I have been working undercover as the head waiter at Le Carnival, but... Yes, we know all about you already. Inspector Hosonaga, where are your manners? In England, it's always ladies first. Is that true? No idea. More importantly, a little earlier today you said something to me. You said your powers of observation are the one thing you're sure of. Oh, yes, I think I did, didn't I? Yet your description for this amazing sight was simply a woman. Yeah, you'd think you'd remember the swan. I mean, that's not a real swan. That is actually far too small to be a real swan. That is a fake swan. Also, there is no way that the lady would have a... I mean, all the swans in England belong to the Queen, after all. So, wearing one on your head is kind of, you know, a little bit off. Sorry, Ryunosuke, but powers of observation aside, your powers of description are sorely lacking. Guilty. So, dear lady, once again, if we may trouble you for your name and occupation, please. Just when I thought we were going to see her face. Yeah, I mean, it can't be a baby swan because baby swans aren't that colour. They're grey. But the swans in your country just don't like humans. I wonder where you live that your swans don't like humans. Are your swans black instead of white? Because my guess is Australia. Because none of your wildlife likes humans. I think it's the Australian swans that are black, right? I think. It is written in I assume it's written in scribbles because this whole time we've been talking in Japanese and she's talking in English. That's my guess. dot, 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 dot. I'm terribly sorry, dear lady, but... What? The lady says her name is Josiah Bratt. She comes from London, England. Oh, here was me thinking I was going to be able to do a lady voice for once, but no, he's going to be interpreting for her the whole time, isn't he? She's a visiting research student, currently enrolled in UMA University's medical faculty. Oh my, what a rare treat to hear the dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. I'm sorry. That is like not how I would describe this country's language. The dulcet tones of the delightful language of the British people. Have you ever heard a Scouser? Clearly not. I'm afraid I don't understand a word you said, but it was beautiful as a hummingbird's song. Beautiful as a hummingbird's song. I mean, it depends on where in London she is, she's from, or what do I need tea? Probably. As far as I can tell, the detective is translating her words faithfully enough. Yes, I agree. You'll obviously do fine in England, Kazuma. Her English doesn't rattle you at all, does it? Nor you. You've clearly been paying attention in your English classes, Ryunosuke. He clearly hasn't, because I can't read those scribbles. And I'm working from his point of view. The court thanks the beautiful lady for taking the stand. Now, if we may trouble you to confirm something, Miss Bratt. Three days ago, at a restaurant called Le Carnaval, a grim murder took place. The court has been led to believe that you were dining there with the victim, Dr. Wilson, at the time. Is that correct? She says yes. She said a lot more than yes, excuse me. She said a lot more than just yes. So even though she's studying here in Japan, she can't speak any Japanese? Yes, this is my question. You're studying at a Japanese university. Why can't you understand any Japanese? Well, speak any Japanese. I mean, admittedly, I couldn't do much actually in Japanese when I was over in Tokyo, but I was only there for like a week, at least I knew some basics. Whereas she's living here for a time as a student, you'd think she'd know a little bit more. She'd like to apologise for disappearing from the scene. She says that she was due to make a presentation at the university, so she had to leave immediately. Interesting when you're the one who engineered her escape. I was just following special orders from the Bureau. Well now, dear lady, would you be so kind as to cast your eyes over this photographic print? Seeing as you were so unfortunately present at the scene of the crime, could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked I can't with this guy! I can't with this guy! What? Right, okay. Without laughing. Could it be that your resplendent eyes caught sight of the wicked perpetrator, perhaps? Apparently it was a very frightening and sorrowful sight. Do you mean to say... Yes, it would appear the lady did witness the crime. The very moment when the accused, standing right there in this courtroom, shot the victim in cold blood. Wow, she's got it. I mean, I shouldn't be surprised at her dress. It is very in keeping with the times, as far as I can tell. It's very Victorian. Order in the court. Did you hear that, Your Excellency? Here we have an absolutely conclusive witness statement. Do we? Do we really? Well, it looks like it's clear now. Clear who our real enemy is. Unfortunately, I will no, sorry. That's not my judge voice. Unfortunately, I will have to ask you to formally testify, if you please. Kindly tell the court the exact nature of this frightening and sorrowful sight you described. Witness testimony. A frightening and sorrowful sight. I had arranged to meet for a slightly late luncheon with Dr. Wilson that day. The professor was unable to eat, so I ordered for myself only, a beef steak. After a while, the accused came over to greet the professor, and they got into a fierce argument. Then, not long afterward, the accused took the professor's gun and shot him right before my eyes. The professor's gun? I don't carry a gun myself, so obviously I couldn't have been the culprit. This is a condemning testimony. Indeed. No, I didn't have any kind of argument with the professor at all.
Objection!
Quiet, you filthy wretch! Look at you, you black-hearted blackguard! And look at this snow-white angel! I'm sure even a dark-minded scoundrel like you can imagine whose words the court is going to believe. Ugh. You're still making the same mistakes, Ryunosuke. You mustn't blurt out when you're goaded like that. That's a lesson you need to learn. But he's so annoying! Of course, I was at the scene as well. I took statements from this lady and the two witnesses who testified before and reported back to the Bureau. It was decided that Miss Brett was not involved, so I let her go. The testimonies of the last two witnesses were completely worthless, however. Well, even so. On the day in question, the lady was wearing the same outfit she is today. Really? No, I disagree. Sorry, I'll say live first. As you can see, there is nowhere about her person where she could conceal a firearm. There are so many places! Have you seen that bustle? Have you seen those skirts? Dresses of that era are like the absolute pinnacle of being able to conceal stuff under them. There's so much space in there! Not to mention the giant hat. There are literally so many places she could conceal a firearm. If I wanted to conceal a weapon, I would wear a fancy dress like that. Because, like, you could strap anything to your leg and just have, like, a gap through the skirt that you can reach through and just get it. That is a murder dress! Swan is a gun. Yeah, maybe. Or does she have her hands on a parasol by any chance? Because you can definitely put one in one of those. I've seen that. I went to a museum before, but it was a museum of like weaponry, and they had a whole exhibit on like guns in things that don't look like guns. So like, you know, you can, there exists cutlery with guns on it. A sword cane, except it's not a sword cane, it's a gun cane. You know, there are so many ways of concealing a firearm. There, Ryunosuke has the exact same opinion as me. I would think she could hide a gun almost anywhere in that outfit if she wanted to. Unless and until the precise location where the witness is to have hidden a weapon can be shown, this is moot. Yeah, but I can't do that. Because that requires rifling through her skirts. And that's not something I can do in a court of law. There are no pockets in my outfits. I have nowhere to hide a gun. Just because there aren't any pockets doesn't mean you can't hide a gun under those skirts. Those are the witness's own words on the matter. That's ridiculous. If only I was allowed to lift up her dress, I could prove it. Which you can't do. Don't think about doing anything rash, Ryunosuke. But I didn't fire the gun I picked up. There must have been another gun there that day. You're right about that, which means this lady was hiding a gun somewhere. Yes, that's what we have to prove now. And to do so, we will need to pull her testimony apart. She's grinning at me! She's grinning at me! The defense may now cross-examine the witness. Oh, yes, Your Excellency. Yeah, she could definitely hide a gun in the hair curls as well, couldn't she? She could hide it down her bosom as well. There are just a ridiculous number of places one could hide a weapon in that outfit.
Yes!
Time to press all the things! It's 2 PM in fact. That's really quite a late lunch, isn't it?
Objection!
You don't keep up with the latest fashions from Britain, do you? Late lunches are en vogue, isn't that right? Oh no, this is an even fancier font than usual, so wait, that's her voice, that's her voice. No. Ugh. A decisive English no has quite a sting to it. The gentlewoman is currently working in the victim's research laboratory, it seems. So it was apparently a daily occurrence that they would lunch together. But on the day in question, the victim had another appointment at the clinic first. Yes, which we can prove from the medical report card that was submitted as evidence earlier. That's right. Miss Brett and the victim went to lunch following the victim's treatment, which is why it was so late. Yes, that all makes perfect sense. Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine... Please stop saying things that I can't say with a straight face all the way through. Oh, would you? Okay. Such wonderful logic! What a shining example of English intelligence this fine gentlewoman is! So you both arrived at the restaurant. What happened next?
Yes!
He was unable to eat, you say? And that was because he'd just had a tooth removed at Hutter Clinic, correct? That's right. You're supposed to actually check with the witness before answering. Was Miss Brett aware of that fact? It seems so, yes. She'd heard that the professor was to have some dental treatment. So that would mean... that it was you who ate the steak pictured here. Is that right, Miss Brett? Apparently she didn't finish it. Well, I guess there was kind of a murder getting in the way, right? That's right, yes. The print you have there shows the table exactly as it was left after the horrifying events. Well, not exactly, because you clearly changed seats with for the corpse, you know. Exactly as it was left? Dear me, what a harrowing experience. To have travelled to a distant island on the far side of the world and be embroiled in such a tragic incident. Have no fear, my dear lady. I swear I will crush the evil fiend that has subjected you to this terrible plight. So the victim, Dr. Wilson, had nothing to eat or drink at all? That's right, other than some carbonated water. You know, he was told he was supposed to be just drinking water. But, yeah, I'll let him off for carbonated water. Just water? Yes, the professor was unable to eat, but he had been given permission to drink water. So it appears that the diners toasted their lunch with a glass of water each. There is a missing glass of water on that... There is a missing glass of water on that table. They each grazed a glass of carbonated water. What do you think, Ryanosuke, about that witness's last statement? It's very meaningful. That's the thing I need to go for. That last statement of yours, Miss Brett, has a profound bearing on this case. Well, well, how fascinating. Do tell us, what is this profound bearing, Look at his eyes. The significance of the statement will become apparent when the time is right. The defense calls for the witness's last statement to be formally added to the testimony. Well sidestepped, counsel. Very well, Miss Brett. Kindly repeat what you just said to be added to your official testimony. That mask! The eyes on that mask just smiled. Why is the mask moving? Why? Gladly, she said. That was brilliant, Kazuma. I'm going to remember that one. Which one? The significance will become apparent when the time is right. I could really use that phrase. I'd hope there are some more useful tips you're picking up from this experience than that, Ryunosuke. Right. I know this is the one that I need to present evidence for, but we're doing the press everything first. So that includes this. Press all the things. Because then I get all the text. So both you and the professor drank this carbonated water, did you? Yes. Being the waiter, I poured the 2 glasses myself. I clearly remember doing so. Except you're actually a detective. And the beefsteak? That was for you, Miss Brett? The lady says she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here in Japan. No, wrong words. The lady here said she'd heard it was not customary to eat beef here until Japan opened its doors to the world. Yes, that's true. What a frightful place, is the lady's opinion. And I've heard it's not customary to eat sashimi in Great Britain. Now that's frightful. Yeah, I mean, that's how you play an Ace Attorney game, right? You press all the things so that you can see everything that goes on, including the funny bits. And then you go back to the thing that you're pretty darn sure that you need to present something for. Every country has its own cuisine. As long as people have food to eat, what does it matter what it is? Yeah. True, come to think of it. The first time I tried carbonated water, it was much more of a shock than the first time I tried beef. But anyway, back to this witness's statement. What's with that face? Something about the mouth there is really amusing me. Somehow I feel there's something else place in what she's saying. Yes, I know. I'm just pressing all the things. I'm sorry, Inosuke. We need to pounce on even the slightest thing now. Because you never know what might lead us to our goal. Our goal of turning this trial around. Understood, Kazuma.
Yes!
I never got into an argument with the Professor. All I did when I noticed him was go over to say hello. Please don't get angry with me. No, I wasn't directing that result at you. It was meant for the lady next to you. But anyway, as I said, I did not argue with the Professor. I'm afraid your words are in vain. Sorry? Miss Brett does not appear to speak Japanese. No, of course not. Japanese is such a cumbersome language anyway. English is the future. We must all speak English. Yikes. I wonder if the prosecution will feel that way forever, or only in the presence of a beautiful woman, Right. Yeah, Ryunosuke is, yeah. His body language is something. Well, that beautiful woman is telling blatant lies with a completely straight face. I have to find something that will unravel her testimony, no matter how seemingly insignificant it may be. Anyway, it seems that after the argument, the accused briefly returned to his own seat. That part ties in with what you said, doesn't it? Yes, I still had some coffee to drink. And the next time you got up after that was when I'd finished my coffee and stood up to leave.
Yes!
Like I said, I did not shoot that gun. And like I said, there's no point repeating that assertion over and over. Well, I wasn't expecting to be attacked by my own side. Nevertheless, defendant, you can't deny that when the shot rang out in the restaurant, you had a gun in your hand. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Well, yes, that's true, but all I did was pick up the gun I saw on the floor next to the professor as I was leaving the restaurant. In fact, yes! There was someone much closer to the victim than me at the time. The highly suspicious lady in... Was that in the hat? In the sand. I enjoy the fact this has a history so I can go check the things that I missed when it does that. Dirty? Your baseless accusations could well cause an international incident, boy. Yeah, I missed reading out Ouchie's other line, but it's fine. It seems to me that your accusation is just as baseless as ours. What nonsense! The lady is merely stating what she saw. And this is already an international incident as far as I'm concerned, anyway.
Yes!
It's all very well saying that, but can you prove it? Absolutely, I verified it personally. When, though? Before you brought her in? Or before you let her out of the restaurant? Because she could have easily secreted that gun somewhere. You verified? Ah, damn. Yes, immediately after the incident, I checked to make sure the lady was not carrying a weapon. Okay, it's a concealed firearm. It's in the swan. Or that mask. I distinctly remember her saying, "I'm not." Wait, you didn't actually check her, you just asked. That's all you did? You just asked her? Surely you carried out a physical search, Inspector. No. Why on earth not? The Honourable English Gentlewoman clearly stated that she did not possess a weapon. There was obviously no need for any further probing into the matter. Or there was no permission given for any further probing into the matter, perhaps. Think what you will. But if you're going to continue with this preposterous claim that the refined lady was concealing a firearm, the prosecution demands that you support your assertion with facts. In other words, he wants evidence. Yeah, I wish I had some. I really wish I had some evidence for that. The lady wishes to point out that of course she wanted to stay and assist with the investigation. But she was in a hurry to give a presentation at the university, so she was compelled to leave. Not to mention the fact that your office had told you to get the woman out of there. Not get her out of there, I just urged her to leave. The lady would like to point out that she in no way meant to run away from the scene of the crime. Which is why she's only too happy to cooperate and testify here in court today, of course. Unlike a certain student who refuses to admit when the game is up. You could at least have the courtesy to pay attention when I'm goading you. No, not falling for that. Not falling for that. So she's maintaining that you got into an argument with the professor at the end of which you shot him. Which is an out-and-out, totally unfounded lie. Still, her statement is very compelling. After all, she's an elegant, refined, young and beautiful gentlewoman from Great Britain. In stark contrast to you, dressed from head to toe in a dull black school uniform. I'm dressed exactly the same way you are, except for the flapping red ribbons. Do I have profiles? I do have profiles, right? People. I haven't checked the lady. She's 24. Studying under the victim at University Medical School. And admittedly, I hadn't read you for these either. I don't have any new evidence. Well, anyway, this is our only chance to expose her testimony as the fiction that it is. If we can't do that, the trial's over. Even you with your thick skin must be able to feel the murderous looks you're getting from around the room. I'm not sure he has that thick a skin, he's... Only too well, I feel half dead already. And the fact that I can't see a single inconsistency in her testimony isn't making me feel any better either. I saw an inconsistency. The first thing to do is to press her on any of her statements that seems even slightly off to you. I did that already. Do that and an opening will present itself, I promise you. Yes, I know where I know where it is, I know where it is. You can... It's had me present things before. I need to expose the true face of this exotic foreigner that's hiding behind the mask. That's what I should be aiming for in this cross-examination. Okay, so we're back at the beginning of the cross-examination. Right, we want... this one. Okay. Right, so I think we want... this one? I'm gonna have a look at it first. Yeah, there's only one glass. So this I think I want to present.
Yes!
That's it! Let me just confirm something, please. It's to do with this photographic print. Just a short while ago, you spoke of this print showing the victim's table at the crime scene. That it was exactly as it was left. That is correct, the lady says. Well, that is... it's odd, very odd. Present the badge. Yeah, maybe I should do that, just for the fun of it. Dear me, what's odd is the defense's inability to express itself. Ugh. Ryunosuke, what is it about the print that looks odd to you? Well, obviously it's the cheers. The cheers? Miss Brett just told us that she and the professor said cheers over a glass of water. Over a glass of water. But if that's true... there should be 2 glasses on the table, not 1. Ah! You're quite right, Counsel. There is only 1 glass pictured here.
Objection!
Are we supposed to be impressed by this nitpicking over minutia? That's right for that, right? Minutia. I'm pretty sure nitpicking over minutia is kind of the thing for this sort of thing, but... what possible difference does the presence or absence of a glass make on the case?
Objection!
Minutia, you say? Could it be the detective here removed the glass from the table to conceal the lady's presence? Of course not. I would never do something so reckless. But there should have been 2 glasses on the table. Or are you going to try to tell me you can clink with only 1? You're quite right. I certainly took 2 glasses to the table. Inspector, what did the lady say? It would seem that it was Miss Brett who took the glass from the table. What? It was also terrifying, everything that happened. I panicked and thought I should try to hide the fact I'd been there at all, she's saying. Good gracious. Saying that she didn't mean to run away from the scene of the crime, but also saying that she took the glass away to conceal the fact she was there. Sorry. Yeah, her skirts go all the way down to the floor. You could easily hide a firearm under them. You could even just, like, strap it to your ankle. There. As I assured the court before, this is of no consequence at all. Oh, please. We must remember that this student had just murdered this lady's lunching companion before her very eyes. Who could blame her for concealing a glass or 2 in her state of disarray? That's absurd! Oh, really? So do we take it that you're now going to accuse this vulnerable, young and beautiful woman of mischief? I'm accusing her of more than mischief. I'm accusing her of murder. What? No, no, no! This can't be put down to mischief. I'd like to know exactly how the lady took the glass from the scene. It would seem she slipped it into a small handbag, huh? Sorry. It would seem she slipped it into a small handbag she was carrying. Yes. A small handbag, like you might be able to put a gun in. A handbag, you say? Yes, Your Excellency. A small handheld pouch, commonly carried by well-to-do women in England. Because they don't have pockets. So yeah, the beautiful lady has very graciously explained how and why she removed the glass from the scene now. However, the fact remains that this glass has absolutely no bearing on the case. I bet it does. I bet it does. This student has been trying to confuse the court with logical reasoning. I thought logical reasoning was the... Alright. But at the end, it comes to nothing. No more pretentious accusations. You've wasted enough time already. Indeed, the lady has offered a satisfactory explanation as to why she removed this glass. I think henceforth we can consider the matter to have no bearing on the case. Counsel for the defence, are you in agreement? No. No, I'm not. Well, I don't know really. If you want to pursue this matter further, you're going to need to show that it has some deeper significance. Yes, you're right. So she took the glass away in her handbag. So if there's a deeper significance there, it's the handbag. Okay. See you another time, Ethel. Wait, the lady put the glass in her handbag, you say? Yes, do try to keep up. It's already been explained to the court that all English gentlewomen carry handbags for small items. Small items like a gun? Let me see, a little while ago Miss Brett stated the following. Oh, I think she definitely stores the guns in there. There are no pockets in my outfit. I have nowhere to hide a gun. and now we hear she has a handbag. But what she forgot to mention was her handbag, in which it would be perfectly possible to conceal a gun. You're right. Well done, partner. I had a feeling you'd pick up on that too. What are you insinuating, you vile blackguard? It's really very simple. The gunshot was heard when the defendant picked up the gun from the restaurant floor. As he didn't fire that gun, we can deduce there must have been another firearm at the scene. The true murder weapon, if you will. You can't seriously be suggesting. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Did you or did you not search Miss Giselle Brett's handbag on the day of the murder? No, sir, I did not. As I thought. In other words, another gun, the one that was actually used to kill the professor, could have been hidden in Miss Brett's handbag. No! Order, order, order. What is the meaning of this, Inspector? Yeah, he didn't do his job, you know, inspecting things, did he? The meaning of what, Prosecutor Aochi? Why on earth did you not have the lady open her handbag and show you the contents at the time? Thanks to your bungling incompetence, now she has to endure these uncomfortable accusations. Brilliant work, partner. Now we have a chance to expose the real woman behind the mask. Do you think so, Kazuma? Also, Inspector Hosonaga really needs to go to the doctor. Well, what a sorry situation. Clearly you have no faith in the police. Well, how can we when you've been obstructing the course of justice around every turn, sir? As I said, I did not search the lady's handbag after the shooting, simply because it was unnecessary. Unnecessary in what way? I ought to thank the student lawyer, really. I have a piece of evidence here that I had completely forgotten about. Please submit all of your evidence! This photographic print. Okay, I've got another photograph. Oh! Oh! Okay. I'm seeing something interesting in this photograph that isn't the thing that was supposed to be being shown. This print is of a photograph that I thought would be prudent to take immediately after the shooting. As you can see, it clearly shows Miss Brett's handbag, which appears to be made of mesh, which is very interesting. Well, I never. You can see right through to what's inside. That's right. Apparently, meshwork bags like these are the height of fashion in London at the moment. So the contents are clearly visible. Exactly, so there was no need to search the lady's handbag. If there had been a gun inside, it would have been immediately obvious. Ah. As you can see, there's nothing to imply Miss Brett's guilt here. They both put their heads on one side at the same time. Thank you for helping to prove that, Naruhodo-san. Ooh, faceplant on the desk. Order, order. Inspector Hosonaga, you will submit that print as evidence at once. Certainly, Your Excellency. The photograph of the handbag has been entered into the court record. Photograph of handbag. The photograph taken by Hisanaga-san after the incident occurred. It showed Miss Brett's handbag on a chair by the victim's table. I think that you've had long enough to cross-examine the witness, Counsel. I don't think I have. Anyway, I'm gonna go look at that picture. What is this? What is this? Why does the professor have a mark here that looks like a bull? I assume this is the professor's body. Oh, he's got his head in his hands. The court has now been shown considerable evidence. As the photographic print just submitted to the court record appears to have no further significance, I am satisfied that there is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. No! I called to dissect that swan hat! Indeed, and there is only one logical conclusion. That the pathetic rookie slumped over the bench before us is the only possible perpetrator of this crime. But he's innocent. No. Just when I thought I was beginning to turn things around. I'm in a worse situation than I was at the start. It's telling me that Ryunosuke is always going to slam his back to the wall every time he's contradicted. He does move a lot. He does move around a lot. Oh dear, Kazuma doesn't look happy either. And he's the star. It's the star attorney. I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. Now that the cross-examination of the witness is over, there's no way to force the trial to continue. What? You mean this is it? Yeah. I must say, you put up quite a fight for a rookie student. But the weaker meet while the strong eat. You were wasting your time. There's no way to defeat true justice. Yeah, this isn't true justice, though. Because I didn't kill him. A fact you can chew on to your heart's content from the inside of your cell. This can't be happening. Am I really going to be found guilty of a crime I didn't commit? And Kazuma... his dream of going to study in Great Britain will slip through his fingers. Kazuma. What? Is there really no chance now of turning this trial around? The defense request for the witness to give us her hat. Yes. That is exact. I want that hat. You heard the judge. There's nothing about that last photograph the detective produced that we can contest. Which means there's no basis on which we can argue for the trial to continue. Very well, I will now proceed immediately to the ruling. It seems we will be able to report to the British government on time after all. That smug little... Ryunosuke Naruhodo, having considered all of the evidence placed before me, I hereby find you... Ah, good death slam. Wait, Your Excellency! Ryunosuke? I don't think you can rule on this case yet.
Objection!
This amateurishness is getting tedious. When His Excellency deems the trial is over, he gives his ruling. That is the most basic protocol of the courtroom.
Yes!
Yeah, and more Ace Attorney games you should definitely... Because they're good, they're fun, I like them. More Ace Attorney games, please. Your Excellency, just a moment ago you said this. As the photographic print just submitted appears to have no further significance, There is no longer any room for doubt in this matter, and I must make my ruling. Now, that means that if there were a problem with the evidence, some significant detail, I mean, then ruling on the case at this time would be out of the question. Okay, are we going to present that weird mark? This is blatant straw clutching. Look at this photographic print. All it shows is the handbag the gentlewoman was carrying on the day in question. No, that is untrue. That shows something else. There can be no problem with this evidence. You'd better know what you're doing, Ryunosuke. I understand your objection, counsel. Certainly, the new evidence submitted by the detective has not undergone the court's scrutiny. However, I fail to see how we can glean any new information from this handbag. Yeah, it's not from the handbag. Yeah, my thoughts exactly. Really, the prosecution is becoming tired of this rookie's desperate wheezes. Yes, I am desperate, but this isn't a wheeze. There's something about this photograph which just doesn't seem right. If only I could put my finger on it. Danganronpa Ace Attorney crossover. That would be interesting. That would be interesting. And that does remind me that I haven't finished playing the Professor Layton Ace Attorney crossover game. Very well, I will grant the defense one final opportunity. What? But be warned that if I am unsatisfied by your response here, the trial will be over with immediate effect. That is very menacing. He's just... He seems to be implying he's going to hit me with that. Do I make myself clear? Yes, Your Excellency. So take another look at this the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted. So take another look at the photographic print Inspector Hosonaga submitted before. You'll identify for the court where in this print we see the significant detail to which you have alluded. That would be over here, over here.
Yes.
It's fine because I can't English sometimes too. I got what you mean. You said a really big gavel, and it is significantly large and looks like it would hurt if he hit me over the head with it. Look at this here. There's a very unusual mark on the victim's wrist. That is true. It looks almost like a burn of some description. Ooh. She reacted to that, she reacted to that. Dear me, I was pondering what new piffle you would come out with. A burn, you say, on the victim's wrist? Clearly that has nothing whatsoever to do with the magnificent lady's handbag. Yeah, I didn't say it had anything to do with the handbag. Yes, that is a burn mark, you're right. Go on, Inspector. The police coroner also noticed it when he was performing the post-mortem examination. It was deemed unrelated to the cause of death, so he didn't note it in his report. What did I tell you? In any case, we have no idea when the victim suffered this burn, do we? And no possible way of knowing either. It really looks like a bull. The more I look at it, the more I find myself intrigued by the curious shape of this mark. However, as Prosecutor Aoichi points out, unless a firm connection to the case can be shown, I cannot allow any further time to be spent on the precise details of this burn. How am I supposed to figure out the meaning there? Excuse me, Your Excellency. It would seem Miss Brett has a lunch appointment with the Dean and other university staff. She would like to know if she may be excused from the stand now. No! No, she may not! Oh, Of course, dear lady, we shan't hold you up any longer. I'm quite sure His Excellency is about to give his final ruling anyway. What's your thinking on this, Ryunosuke? Do you believe this burn does have something to do with the case? To be honest, I'm not really sure. But if I don't keep pushing, then it's all over. So I was thinking I should keep digging and digging in the hopes I might uncover something useful. Yes, you're right. I am? Thump. If we can just link that burn to the case. If we can do that, we might be able to prise this shutting door back open again. Just give up, Council. You can't possibly hope to do that. I'm gonna look at the course record? I'm gonna look at the court record. I'm gonna see if there's anything. Okay, so it kind of looks like a bull. Do we have anything that looks like that? Yes! I found it! Look at it! There it is! And this is a hot plate. This is a hot plate on a wooden board. So it would be easy to burn yourself on this. Yes! Indeed, I am afraid without evidence I can't allow you to pursue what is little more than conjecture. But if we had evidence? Evidence that irrefutably linked the burn on the victim's wrist to the case, then you would allow it? I would, yes. Yeah, like, Aoichi should not be trying to protect a potential killer just because she's pretty. Pretty people can kill people too. To tell the truth, I hadn't noticed that burn. But as soon as you pointed it out, what I did notice was the colour draining from Miss Brett's face. Really? I have to find some link between that burn and the case. Yeah, the magnifying glass is really helping. This is the moment of truth. It's time to find some evidence that proves what the burn really means. What that burn really means, even. So then, the defense will now present its evidence to the court. The evidence that demonstrates an inextricable okay. The crime scene photograph. But
Yes!
What's this, Council? Yet another print. Yes, Your Excellency, I believe photographic prints are an amazing invention. When we humans look at a scene, we miss things. But in a photograph, things we may have overlooked at the time are recorded forevermore. Do hurry up, Rookie. What are you trying to say? To inconvenience this poor lady any further really would be quite inexcusable. What does the burn really mean? I proved it's a bullet from the plate. Probably means... It means that his wrist was for some reason near her food. And I'm not sure why. Actually, we may need you to stay with us a little longer if you don't mind, Miss Brett. You see, it's very clearly visible in this other photograph. How did the victim come to have that unusually shaped burn on his wrist? The reason is recorded here forevermore. What? How?
Objection!
You can't fool me with your little bluffs, boy. If that's your game, then let's see how it plays out. Show the court exactly what you mean. What is it in this photograph that explains the reason for the victim's burn? This, right here, right there.
Yes!
the beef steak? Actually, the point is the metal plate the steak was served on. The plate? Ah! Your Excellency, are you alright? As you can see, there's an emblem on the plate. I would guess it's some sort of trademark of Le Carnival. Ah! This emblem on the plate and the victim's burn are exactly the same shape. Ah! Ryunosuke, you genius! You're spot on! Which means the victim must have suffered this burn while he was present at the restaurant.
Objection!
But even if that is the case, we can't know it happened on the day in question or not. It could have been the day before or the day before that. It most likely happened at some other unrelated time. Well,
Objection!
Sadly, Prosecutor Aiuchi, the chances of that are extremely slim. Yeah, because it's not going to be a particularly deep burn, so it would probably have healed, although, like, I still have a burn on my own arm from a baking tray several weeks ago that I can still see the line for, but still, there is a big difference there. Why? The outline of the burn is clearly discernible. Such a serious injury would have caused quite a commotion in the restaurant. Wouldn't you agree, Inspector Hosonaga? Ah, yeah. Does that mean he was dead before he got the burn? I can't imagine having missed such a terrible disaster, certainly. But... I would say, looking at the picture of the wound, that it wasn't suffered very long ago. And although it's not a particularly large burn, it's extremely well defined, as the defense just pointed out. This was no mild burn, that's for sure. Also, it's that way around... Just a second. It's that way... round... That's interesting, they weren't sat across the table from each other. He must have been sat on this side of the table. And then his arm flops over to here. Is that right? No, that's the wrong way around. I can't do upside down things. I can't... I don't know. Can you be more specific, Inspector? I mean, regardless, the way around that is in his arm. They weren't sitting opposite each other, which is weird. Well, let's see. If the plate was at around 90 degrees centigrade, a burn like that would have taken around 3 seconds. It's inconceivable that the victim wouldn't have let out a scream of pain then. I've been investigating at the restaurant for several weeks already, but I've not heard anyone scream at all. As the head waiter of Le Carnival, I can testify to that without hesitation. But you're a detective, not a waiter! Yeah, but he was temporarily a waiter.
Yes!
There you have it, something isn't right here. As the detective said, anyone who burnt themselves on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds would scream in pain. There's no question of that. Standing on the right-hand side of the table. Yes. Yes, right-hand side of the table. Yeah. And yet Inspector Hosonaga never heard the professor scream, not on that day or any before it. Yeah, because like 3 seconds is a long time to have something hot touching you. Except the burn I have on my arm, that was like less than a second. And it's still kind of visible. So, Inspector, yeah, okay. And that's right, and the strange thing is, on the day he was shot I didn't hear him cry out either. What are you suggesting? That he was dead before he got burned? Well, if the professor had carelessly laid his wrist on the plate for anything like 3 seconds that day, that would be beyond careless, I think, Counsel. Then the rest of us in the restaurant, myself, the sergeant and the old antiques dealer, all of us would, without any question, have heard him scream. Wouldn't you agree, Prosecutor Ochi? Well, yes, I suppose. So the question is, why didn't a single person hear Dr. Wilson scream? I almost don't believe it. Ryunosuke, do you think? Oh. That's interesting. Can it really be true? I never dreamt we'd arrive at a conclusion like this, but... I mean, before he says it, the conclusion that my brain just reached was the professor dead before he even set foot in the restaurant? Starting to think that maybe we've been led into a terrible trap. No, wait, if they clinked their glasses, he wasn't dead before he stepped in. There's only one explanation I can think of to make sense of this apparent impossibility. On the day in question, when he suffered the burn to his wrist, Dr. Wilson was already deceased. Yeah, it can't be he hadn't noticed it, because that would be way noticeable. Even if he was asleep, that would have woken him up, because that would have been a lot of pain. So he was already deceased. No man could remain silent while his wrist was burning on a piping hot plate for 3 whole seconds. That's clearly impossible. Apart from in one particular situation. Counsel, are you suggesting... Yes, it's only possible if the man was already dead. Already... dead? Knowing what we know now, it's the only possible explanation. Oh yeah, because also he went and said hello to him, so he wasn't dead before he came into the restaurant, clearly. Oh no, wait, no, he went to say hi. When the beefsteak was brought to Dr. Wilson's table that day, the professor was already dead. That's why she took the glass away! That's why she took the glass away! She poisoned him! Did I miss anything in the history of... Madness! Order! Order! Order, please! Counsel, explain this absurd notion at once. The victim was killed by a gunshot. Well, actually, you don't do a proper autopsy. You just looked at him and said, yeah, that's a gunshot. That's right, that's absolutely right, Your Excellency. This is just another ridiculous ploy by the rookie student that clearly has no grasp of the facts.
Objection!
No, Prosecutor Oichi, it's you who have no grasp of the facts. I beg your pardon? soon as it became apparent that the victim had suffered that burn while at the restaurant, this whole case was turned upside down. Have you not grasped that yet? Your Excellency, the court must hear from this witness again. If it's true, as we now believe, that the victim was already dead before the gunshot was heard, it's highly likely that Miss Brett knows something about it. Incredible. I certainly didn't anticipate this twist of events. I'm sorry to say, Miss Brett, that you will have to forget your luncheon engagement. But Your Excellency! The justice system in our country may be in its infancy, but rest assured, all reasonable doubt must be dispelled before I'm prepared to pass judgment. Thank you, Your Excellency. Don't like the smiley face mask. Yeah, the judge just he's not ready for any twists, is he? Never. What was that smile? Yes, of course. I mean, I'd be delighted to help, especially if it helps relations between my country and yours. She can talk. She can speak Japanese. She was lying. Miss Brett, you speak Japanese? Well, of course I do. I'm studying in your country after all. But then, why have you been speaking through an interpreter until now? My mother tongue, the Queen's English, is the most refined and elegant language in the world. As a gentlewoman, I try to avoid speaking your vulgar tones as much as possible. I don't know, personally I think Japanese sounds way better than Queen's English. But hey. That could just be because I'm way too used to Queen's English. Well, not really Queen's English. Queen's English is way too fancy. But it seems the men in this land possess none of the chivalrous virtues of English gentlemen. So I can see that I will have to lower myself to communicating with you all on your own level. Oh, well... You are the epitome of a true English gentlewoman. We are truly honoured by this lavish consideration you so graciously afford us. Stop making it really obvious that that you have a crush on on your witness, Sayuchi. I see. In that case, Miss Brett, I will now ask you to testify in your own words about the events leading up to the death of the victim, Dr. Wilson. So, we're finally going to hear her own words on the matter. Things are getting interesting, Ryunosuke. Witness testimony. The victim's death. In inverted commas. Unfortunately, I have no idea when the poor man burnt his wrist like that. When the waiter brought my steak, the professor and I raised our glasses in a toast. As far as I've heard, the post-mortem report showed no other possible cause of death beside the gunshot. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without leaving a trace, please do show me. You mean so you can use it? But of course, this country's inferior investigative techniques probably wouldn't pick up on it anyway. Yeah, you're really showing your hand now, lady. That most captivating and beautiful testimony will go down in the Supreme Court's history. Thank you. He easy does it? I hope that is the last time I will have to sully my lips with the coarse tones of your unbecoming tongue. Oh, forgive me. I do hope I haven't insulted anyone. Not at all, not at all. It is a delight merely to hear you speak, dear lady. And it seems very clear from your testimony that this boorish talk of the victim's burn is utterly irrelevant. I will be speaking to your country's Minister of Justice about what has happened here today. The Minister of Justice? May that irritating little bully of a student be given the harshest punishment possible. Amen. Huh? Thanks? Was that a prayer then? I mean, so maybe it's because I'm used to it. I like the sounds of like Japanese and French a lot better. Sort of the more melodic sounding languages like a lot better personally. But it's all personal preference really, I guess. English is a weird language because it's like 3 languages in a trench coat because we stole so many words and things from different places that it's a real mishmash of everything. Well, you'll have to forgive the irritation, Miss Brett, and put up with a cross-examination now. I expect you've noticed that this little bully of a student, as you put it, doesn't miss much. I'm sure I don't need to remind you, Counsel, that this will be your final cross-examination in this trial. If you fail to demonstrate any problems with this witness's testimony, I will be ruling on the case immediately. Is that clear? Crystal. Slaps his own face. Whoops, what did you say? Sorry. Yes, Your Excellency. Then you may proceed with the cross-examination. Alright, press all the things time. Press all the things time.
Yes!
But his hand was on the searing hot plate for at least 3 whole seconds. You can't have not noticed. Do you think so? Let me ask you something. Sorry? Ever since I arrived at this courtroom, and even still now, the fly on those unsightly black trousers of yours has been wide open. Oh, she's not pulling your fly is down! Really? You can't not have noticed, can you? I mean, I really want to know how she noticed when he's standing behind a bench. Fun. You hadn't realised. The dear lady is absolutely right. As your friend, you've embarrassed me as well as yourself, Ryunosuke. Why didn't you tell me? Dr. Wilson was a true English gentleman. He chose honourable silence over a vulgar scream. Can your tiny brains imagine such a thing? No, I can't imagine such a thing, because as polite as you're being, if you're burning... Even without a scream, he would have flinched right off it. He wouldn't have kept his hand there, unless you were holding it there. Oh, yes, I think my tiny brain can.
Yes!
Well, I can't. Anyway.
Yes!
As you testified before, you were drinking carbonated water, is that right? Dr. Wilson was only permitted to drink water at that time, if you remember. Which explains why he ordered that drink, correct, waiter? Exactly as you say, sir. Although... Whether or not the professor actually drank any of the water when I delivered the steak to the table... I'm afraid I don't remember that. Supposed to say that in a fancy lady voice. Damn you! I have enough English to understand that, at least. For the benefit of the others in court, it means bless you. No, it doesn't. It means the exact opposite. Vulgar screaming, I think it means the exact opposite. Anyway.
Yes!
Yes, it's written here in the paperwork. Fatal hemorrhage from ballistic trauma. Yes. Luckily for all of us, a little burn on the wrist isn't going to kill us. And as there were no other signs of trauma on the victim's body to indicate some other cause of death, I still think it's poison. Sorry. It can only have been from the bullet from your gun that put an end to this innocent man's life. How do I speak calligraphy? I do fancy speak. Fancy speak. But it doesn't make sense. The burn must have happened straight away when the plate was first brought to the table by the waiter. Yes, that's true. If it had cooled even slightly, it wouldn't have been able to make a burn like that. And if the victim burnt his wrist on the hot plate as soon as it was brought out from the kitchen, then he must have already been dead at that point.
Objection!
And yet, the fact that the victim was killed by a gun— the fact is that the victim was killed by a gunshot to the chest. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. Actually, just a second. Just a second. All that's here is soot. Where's the blood? Where's the bleeding? Huh? Where's the bleeding? I'm guessing they didn't show us that because this game is not rated high, probably not rated high enough to show us a bunch of blood, but still. Until you're able to show the court evidence to disprove that, this is a complete waste of time. I concur. Professor, I keep wanting to say that as Professor. Prosecutor Ouchi is right.
Yes!
Without leaving a trace. If someone is shot or strangled or stabbed or thrown from a height, however a person's life is taken, there are always telltale traces on the body. Quite right, dear lady. No, that's not right. Quite right, dear lady. And as our police force has thoroughly examined the body of the deceased, there can be no doubt. Isn't that right, Inspector Hosonaga? Yeah, Inspector Hosonaga, who told us that they don't do a proper autopsy. That they just have a guy look at the body and go, yeah, that looks dead! As I've said, I always aim for a flawless investigation. There would be physical traces of all those causes of death, that's true. But maybe there's some other way of killing someone that doesn't leave a mark. If, heaven forbid, you doubt me, young man, you're going to have to tell everyone exactly how you think the professor did lose his life. Otherwise, I'm afraid your argument falls rather flat, doesn't it? Oh no, perish the thoughts, calling such a sweet young lady's innocence into question. Stop flirting with your witness! On my honour, I, Takasuchi, will cut down any who dare cast such aspersions. A way of killing someone that leaves no trace. Poison. We need some evidence to back us up here. I don't have that, I'm sorry. Yes, evidence. I don't have that, sorry.
Yes!
Inferior? What do you mean by that? In the lands of the Great British Empire, the police store everything found at a crime scene for later examination. Is it rated T? Alright. But, I mean, if he'd been shot in the chest, that would have been a lot of blood, right? Because that's, like, close to the heart. And, I mean, the autopsy report says he lost a lot of blood. So unless they're suggesting it all got absorbed by, like, the shirt and waistcoat, some of it should have made it to the top, right? In this country, you investigate once and that's the end of it. Isn't that so? Quite right. La Carnival is open for business as usual today, just days after the incident. Exactly. Which means that even if the investigation takes a different direction, vital evidence may be lost. Oh? What are you thinking? It doesn't even occur to your naive detectives to try to preserve the crime scene. I'm trying to be as tactful about this as I can, you understand? A killer blow. The lady is as formidable as she is beautiful. Stop flirting with your witness! Amazing. He's actually admitting our police may be flawed. Perhaps Professor Aochi is finally starting to see sense. I very much doubt that. I was speaking in the wrong voice then. Never mind. I very much doubt that. Still, there's something about what Miss Brett just said. There was a moment before when something didn't seem quite right. What do you think, Ryunosuke? I think it's going terribly. No matter how much I press her, I'm not turning up any new information. Yes, as I suspected. She's a tough witness. We need to find a way to break her testimony or the cross-examination will be over. But that would mean I have to find a way. I don't think they said what's wrong with him, but I'm suspecting tuberculosis. Which is consistent with the time period, I think, given... I mean, my main knowledge of tuberculosis comes from Shinsengumi stuff. And that was around the time that Japan was opening up as well, so that might be around this time. And when I say Shinsengumi stuff, I do, if I'm honest, mean Hakuoki. There must be some clue somewhere to help us find a chink in her armor. Kazuma. What, Ryunosuke? There is one thing I noticed. Something that's been bothering me. Bothering you? You mean about Miss Brett? Actually, no. About the person standing next to her, Inspector Hosonaga. The detective? Yes, he seemed to react a little strangely to Miss Brett's last statement. I was wondering if it might be significant, if it might present an opening, maybe. Alright, I have an idea. Try pressing her on that last statement one more time. If you think so, but this time, instead of targeting the woman herself, Let's see what we can get out of the detective. Alright then. I wonder what Kazuma's thinking. I'll find out soon enough, I suppose, once I press Miss Brett on her last statement again. Okay. The last statement. Last one. Press.
Yes!
I'm not voicing this because we did this already.
Wait.
There. Yes, there it is again. The detective's reaction is just the same as before. Why? Up until now, the detective has been in the stand with Miss Brett as her interpreter. But things are very different now. For this testimony, the detective is just listening to what the Englishwoman has to say. This could be a golden opportunity. What do you mean? When people are actually testifying, they're usually very careful not to let anything slip. However, when they're listening to someone else speak, you'll find they often let their guard down. You're right, look at him. He's lost in his own thoughts. It's time to pursue the man in his train of thought. Sorry? Pursue? Allergic to bullshit. I'll explain how to do it now, Runascape. It's to do with the witness marker. What marker? I mean, the cloud above his head? Oh. At the moment, we're focused on Miss Brett, who's the person actually making the current statement. Ooh. But by moving the marker left and right with the D-pad, you can turn your attention to the other people in the stand. While you're looking at the other witnesses, you'll be able to pursue them with A. If you can catch the person just at the right time, you might uncover some new information to pursue. Ooh. If you ever notice a strange atmosphere among the people on the stand, take a good look around. Alright then, so I should first move the marker across with the D-pad and focus on the detective. Then pursue him with A and see what's on his mind. Here we go.
Wait.
So we do... Wait. There we go. Got it. Why didn't it work immediately?
Excuse me!
Excuse me! That one... Excuse me. Sorry, right. Yeah, what is the meaning of this? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to shock you. He really was lost in his thoughts, deeply. It looked like you were thinking something just now, Inspector. Perhaps having heard what the lady next to you had to say? If there's something you'd like to say, please share it with the court.
Objection!
What is the meaning of this? It's the delightful Englishwoman who's testifying at the moment. If you can't find fault with her testimony, then the cross-examination should be over immediately. I don't know, he's on the stand too. I should be able to talk to him. Oh, is that how it's done? Absolutely not. The detective is in the stand, which makes him a valid witness. That's what I said. See, I get it. Yes, not to mention the fact he's intimately involved in the case. Inspector Hosonaga. Yes? Do you have something to add in relation to the statement just made by Miss Brett? Well, yes. If you don't mind, I would like to speak. the lady is right. Our country's police practices are not as modern as those used in Great Britain. Which is why I, Satoru Hosonaga, always strive to make every investigation I'm involved in flawless. What do you mean by that? I'll tell you what I mean. I won't have evidence lacking on my watch. I'm not afraid to take everything I can from the scene of the crime. It's preserving evidence, you see. I don't care if they call me a crime scene thief. I'm not ashamed of what I've done. Crime scene thief? I don't know, I think the only crime scene thief here was the lady, who took a glass away, you know, to maybe conceal the fact that she poisoned a dude. Well, it looks like the lady's remarks touched a nerve there. Take this, for example. Oh, he has the bottle! Is that... This is the bottle of carbonated water that I took to the victim's table on the day in question. And yes, it's lost all of its fizz, having been opened 3 days ago now. But it was carbonated water. I don't care what anyone says. I mean, to be honest, you say it's lost its fizz, but... Like, I've never seen a fizzy drink that's been open for long enough that it's completely not fizzy. Because... But hey. Yes, there's some left in the bottle. I can see it. One day our police force will be among the best in the world. The time is coming. I guarantee it. I can't say I condone the witness's actions, but I do understand the sentiment. The court will accept the glass bottle of water as evidence. Hey! New evidence, new evidence, new evidence. That's my new evidence song. Miss Brett. Can you confirm this is indeed the bottle from which you drank the day of the victim's death? Yes, it was that bottle. What was that about? She seemed to avert her eyes when she answered the judge's question. I am about to examine the bottle. Wee. Flip it, flip it, flip it. Okay. Let's not do that. We'll lose the remaining water. Water. The label is written in a foreign language that I don't recognize. Do you know what it says, Kazuma? Haha, I was about to guess it was French. I should have guessed before I got it. I think it's French. This must be very expensive water. Yes, but what does it say? That's what I was asking. It probably says carbonated water. Then go to France and ask. You could just say that you don't know. Can I look at the bottom? Can't find anything else in place. Okay, that's... Wait, what's this? I guess it's the light. I guess there's nothing else on this bottle to look at. Except for the label. Very well. Counsel, you may resume the cross-examination. And the inspector will kindly control his... further. Ahem. The finest of Antarctic ice. There's definitely water that they no, maybe not Antarctic, but there's definitely water that's comes from glaciers, which is like real expensive. But what? What? What am I supposed to... New evidence. Excellent work, Ryunosuke. I never thought of pursuing another witness over the I never even thought of pursuing another witness over the current witness's statements. That was a great idea of yours, Kazuma. Well, it's all thanks to you noticing that the detective had reacted strangely to what the lady said. I'd never have guessed that he had all that bubbling away under the surface. To be honest, you keep surprising me at every turn. Sorry? Oh, never mind. So we know that Dr. Wilson was killed around the time the steak was brought to his table, and by some means that left no physical trace on his body. If we could just demonstrate how it was done. Well, I do have one idea about that, about how the professor was killed. Yeah, I'm just not exactly sure where to present it. Maybe you should present the evidence and see what happens. So... yeah, that's the sort of price I was thinking of for Kalla Shearwater. Right. If there's some other way a man's life can be taken without a trace, please do show me. This seems like the right point to throw this. What is this? The bottle of water? Actually, there is one method of killing a man without leaving a trace that comes to mind. Obviously, I'm referring to poison. Yeah, poison. I mean, not yeah poison, but yeah that I got the poison as the... Oh no, I keep forgetting to present the badge! I will present the badge at some point. Poison? On the day of his death, we know Dr. Wilson drank from this bottle of carbonated water. Could it be that there was poison inside? I mean, I don't think there was poison in the bottle. I think the poison was on the glass that she took away. Personally. Rather than in the bottle. Could it be that the professor actually died after taking a sip from his glass? That's some fast-acting poison. And then he collapsed onto the table, hitting his wrist on the metal plate and burning himself. Order, order, order. And on that day, who was sitting at the same table as the professor and able to slip the poison into his drink? There's only one person that could possibly have done it. Desile Brett, it was you!
Objection!
This is outrageous to suggest such a thing without a scrap of evidence. You little rookie imbecile, have you even considered the delicate situation our country finds itself in now? Have you forgotten that we've only just signed an accord of friendship with the British Empire? Have you even the vaguest inkling that your rash accusations could jeopardise the entire treaty? I feel like the thing that more would jeopardise the treaty is not finding the real murderer, because then she could go around murdering more people.
Objection!
This is not a political arena. This is a trial to determine one individual's guilt with respect to one crime. What? The fact that this woman is British makes no difference. We are here to determine the truth. If I may, I will silence you forever for this disgraceful attack on... Ooh! Shut up! Disgraceful attack on lovely young... It is you who should be silent! Of course. Dear lady! Where did that come from? She just snapped. I'm afraid I may have spoken unfairly before. I offer my most humble apologies. I'm sorry, my lady, to what are you referring? I described your police force as inferior. But no matter how inferior they may be, you still investigated this particular point thoroughly, I believe. The bottle, I mean, Inspector, and whether it contained poison or not. Yeah, it's like, Ouchie, have you looked at yourself in the mirror before? Of course. You did? Have you forgotten what my guiding principle is already? I strive for a flawless investigation every time. I don't believe it. Well, it's not flawless because you let her take a glass away! You let her take a glass away and that's where the poison was! Naturally, we tested the inside of the bottle and its contents. And what did you find, Inspector? I ordered tests for every toxin that's available in this country at the present time. In this country? She's not from this country. We could find no trace of poison of any description in the bottle of carbonated water, Your Excellency. What? Are you sure? The tests were meticulously carried out by the chief coroner himself. No! Thump. Yep, he's gonna go thump off the backboard every time, isn't he? I'm very grateful to all you Japanese. You've successfully established my complete innocence in this horrid affair. Thank you. But of course, dear lady, the pleasure was all ours. No! You're not innocent! You took the glass away for a reason, lady! I was so sure. This can't be right. Everything falls into place if he was poisoned. Thank you, Counsel. I think that cross-examination has clarified everything. As the prosecution have asserted, a shot to the chest from this gun is the only conceivable cause of death. Furthermore, the accused, who by his own admission was holding this weapon, is the only possible culprit. Oh. I'm done for. The court wishes to apologise for the great inconvenience this has caused you, Miss Brett. Oh no! I'm just glad the matter was resolved. I'm just glad the matter is resolved. Before proceeding, I must ask the counsel for the defence. Do you have any further new evidence to present to the court at this point? The glass! The glass! Kazuma? I'm sorry, Ryunosuke. I have nothing more. Well, if you'll excuse me now, I really must be leaving. Oh yeah, the badge.
Hold it!
Aha! Our evidence has arrived. Please wait. No, please wait. There, like that. Isn't that... What is the meaning of this? Forgive me for intruding on court proceedings, Your Excellency. Susato Mikotoba, Judicial Assistant to the Defense. Mikotoba? In my darkest hour, with nowhere left to go, she appeared like a bolt of lightning. And in her hand, she carried a small package wrapped in a furoshiki cloth. Please let that be the glass. Please let it be the glass. To be continued. Save my current progress. Yes, I will save my current progress. And you know, looking at the time, I think I'm gonna have to call it here for today. Because it's probably gonna be another couple of hours. So I think I'm going to call it here. I'm sorry. I'll be continuing this next week at the same time. And we'll see what new evidence we have. So thank you very much for coming. If you're new here, consider subscribing to the channel or following me on Twitter, which is where I post the streaming schedule for the week. I will be posting next week's schedule very shortly. I actually have it ready, so I'm just going to finish the stream and then I'm going to post it up. It will be in the pinned tweet. I will present the badge next time. You may need to remind me, but I should really present the badge. Yes. Once again, thank you very much for coming. This has been fun. And this is Kalla signing out. See ya. Bye bye.